Alexa, dim that light. Oh, thank gosh. So, could it be? Could it be? Because of the last couple of days, what's been going on with the tankers, attacks in Iran, Iran attacks in Bahrain, Kuwait. Could this be officially over? The MoU, the the Memorandum of Understanding. The president's made some statements, and we're going to show them now. But I'm going to wait to see if anybody pops in first, and I'm going to get sorted here. Let's do this first. Make sure this is muted. So we'll see. Is it just all talk? Is he really going to commit to doing something tonight? Because that's the rumor. I've got the clips, Eugene. I'm waiting for people to arrive first. It's a little early. So I'm not going to rush to do it. So we'll see. We'll see what happens, because he told the reporter that he may hit them very hard tonight. What does that mean? I don't know. He said a whole bunch of statements. He said a lot more than that. He said a lot more than that, Eugene. Hold on, I gotta mute things. Okay. Good morning. I just got my coffee. KJ's been messaging me and updating me on what the hell is going on. He's sending me little things here and there. But I'm waiting to see if a few more people show up before I start getting into it, because I downloaded some videos off of Telegram. What the president said. And I'm doing somebody a favor in the background that's going to still take me hours to do. I'm doing them a big favor. Some law enforcement stuff. Related to our law enforcement show. And good morning. Good morning, Eugene. All right. I'll give it a few more minutes. Because I can see Rumble and I can see YouTube. All right. I'm not worried about the Spain comments. That's a NATO thing with him. He needs to stay focused on topic. He goes all over the place sometimes and he rambles. But that's what he does. All right. I'm not going to hold back anymore. So we're just going to go with it. I just got to see where this is going to...
Is the ceasefire over? Is the ceasefire done? Is the MoU dead?
It's a very interesting question. To me, I think it's over. I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. You know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people. They're led by sick people. And they're vicious, violent people. And if they had a nuclear weapon, they'd use it. As far as I'm concerned, it's over. I'll speak to our negotiators. They want to negotiate.
I know,
They're
that's
good
NATO.
people.
Eugene.
Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner. But they have to come back to me. As far as I'm concerned, it's just a waste of time dealing with them. They're liars. We make a deal. And if I make a deal with him, we have a deal. And he goes out, he talks. We make a deal. Everyone's agreed. No nuclear weapon. We make a deal. They go outside, talk to the press. They say, we never even talked about it. There's something wrong with them. They're cuckoo. As far as I'm concerned, it's over.
Play it again.
Is the ceasefire done? Is the MoU dead?
But hold on. Let's before I play
It's
this. Did anybody think a deal was going to happen? Honestly? With this Iranian regime, IRGC hardliners, especially now? Did anybody really think this deal was going to be implemented? This is the MoU. This is an agreement to negotiate. This is not even negotiations where they actually sit down and work out the specific details of a so-called deal. Did anybody think it was going to happen? I don't think any of us did. Did anybody think it was going to happen? Another thing, too, last night. Oh, we hit 80 targets, 60 small boats. Well, why didn't they do the small boats from the beginning? I've been saying that from day one. Because they were the ones harassing shipping? Duh. I mean, really? They're just waking up and realizing it now? This is what's boggling. I mean, there comes a point when you're attacking U.S. bases, trying to hit naval vessels with anti-ship missiles, etc., that you gotta do something. This cannot just go on. I mean, really, it's common sense that this was eventually going to happen. Let's play this clip again because I have a few.
Ceasefire over. Is the ceasefire done? Is the MoU dead?
It's a very interesting question. To me,
It went good,
I think
thank
it's
God.
over.
I got more medication.
I don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. You know what scum is? They're scum. They're sick people. They're led by sick people. And they're vicious, violent people.
I'm live. What?
And if they had a nuclear weapon, they'd use it. As far as I'm concerned, it's over. I'll speak to our negotiators. They want to negotiate. They're good people. Steve Witkoff, Jared Kushner. But they have to come back to me. As far as I'm concerned, it's just a waste of time dealing with them. They're liars. We make a deal. And if I make a deal with him, we have a deal. And he goes out, he talks. We make a deal. Everyone's agreed. No nuclear weapon. We make a deal. They go outside, talk to the press. They say, we never even talked about it. There's something wrong with them. They're cuckoo. As far as I'm concerned, it's over.
The ceasefire over.
It's over. That's what he's saying, but there's more. Well, we're not done. I'm not going to bring up Ukraine. That's a whole different issue. We're sticking on Iran. This is what the Iranians released. Allegedly, this is what happened when the Ayatollah was taken out. They released the footage. Of course they did. The funeral's been going on for days. But we're actually seeing the footage of the damage that was done when he was taken out at the compound. I've never seen this footage before. Oh, well. So they released this. And you gotta remember, they raised the flag of revenge when this happened. But there's more.
Do you have any questions?
Mr. President, is the ceasefire over? Is the ceasefire done? Is the MoU dead?
And it's the same clip.
It's a very interesting question.
You already answered
me,
this? It's
I think
all
it's
over the
I
net.
don't want to deal with them anymore. They're scum. You know what scum is? They're scum.
He's
They're
done.
sick people.
But wait, there's
They're
more.
led by sick people. And but these are evil, sick people, and we have to rid their cancer. They're cancer. And you know what you do? You got to cut out cancer early. Man, that's the way I feel.
Did not we say that this is a cancer regime? You got to remove it all. Did not we say that at the beginning?
Everyone's agreed. No nuclear weapon. We make a deal. They go outside, talk to the press. They say, we never even talked about it. There's something wrong with them. They're cuckoo. As far as I'm concerned, it's over.
It's over. Now we'll see. Now we'll see, because there's a report coming out by a reporter. I'm going to get it now. Trump's saying the ceasefire between the U.S. and Iran is finished and that the U.S. will probably hit them hard again tonight. That's from Israel News. Now, I cannot confirm that, but that's what a reporter from Israel News is saying that he said. That they're going to hit them hard again tonight. We'll see. That's unconfirmed. That's just coming from Telegram, from an Israeli post. Exactly. But I guess they finally realized that you cannot make a deal with this regime. You can't trust them to make a deal. Look what they're doing. Look what they're doing in the Strait. They're like saying, we have total control of the traffic. This bullshit thing that you're doing, escorting with your Navy, tankers around Oman, no. And we're going to strike them, which they did. So it's our way or no way. There's no way. That's unacceptable. So it looks like it's finally coming to the point that, good morning, William, that something's got to get done. Like it should have been done before a ceasefire even existed. And it is popping all over the place. Trump says they may attack Iran again tonight. The response to last night's attacks was also far from sufficient. This is what the other side is saying. Either we're suffering from missile shortages, unlikely, or there's something else going on entirely. I suspect the latter. Some officials being too desperate to cling to the cursed MoU, or perhaps delay in response due to the funeral. I think it has to do with the funeral. Let's see what this one says. Hold on.
President Trump, sir. President Trump.
With the Iran ceasefire possibly over, can we expect the resumption of full-scale hostilities?
They are behaving very badly, as they have for 47 years. And, we hit them hard last night after they launched a couple of, you don't have to know about this, you got stuff on your mind, but they launched a couple of drones and one rocket, one missile, and at ships, because they were in the Strait, which they have every right to be. And so we hit them very hard last night, very, very hard. Probably hit them hard again tonight. I'll give them a little warning, we're going to hit them hard tonight. But we'll see how it all works out. No, I'm not happy with them. It's like, for instance, we'll have a meeting and we'll talk about the denuclearization of Iran, because that's what the war is. It's not a war. It's really the denuclearization of Iran. And we'll have a meeting and we'll talk about just that. That's because my whole thing is not about regime change. It's not about, although I think it's regime change when you knock out the first group, the second group, and now you're I think that's maybe the ultimate regime change. But that's not what it's about. It's about, we don't want them to have nuclear weapons, and it's denuking or denuclearization. And I think we've made a lot of progress. And they'll get out of the room. We'll talk about it like we're here. They'll agree on everything, and then they'll go and have a news conference and say we never even talked about it. They're cuckoo. There's something wrong with these people. And for 47 years, they've been the bully of the Middle East, and they're not the bully anymore. They're not the bully anymore. And all we want, it's very simple. They can't have a nuclear weapon. That's what I'm there for.
President Trump, sir. President Trump.
Now, that was a Fox News clip. He's sitting with Zelensky as he's saying this. I can't show it because of the watermark of Fox. But you heard it. He said they're going to hit him very hard again tonight. Yes, Mom, I'm live. Yes.
When you're over here,
Uh-huh.
if you're over there, you think you're in another world.
Oh. Anyway, so you heard him coming from his own mouth. Mom, I'm live. That the president says he's going to hit him again hard tonight. Now we're all just going to have to watch and see if it does happen and to what scale.
That he's gonna what?
He's going to hit Iran again tonight.
Oh my God.
Oh, they need this. This is long time in the waiting, Ma. Oh, this is way overdue. Way overdue. Excuse me, I'm live, Mom. So we'll talk later about it privately.
Gonna kill all those people?
Oh, God, here we go. Yeah, the bad guys.
That's how.
All right, Mom, see you later. I'm live. So that clip, like I said, I couldn't show it on the screen because it's Fox News. But you heard him. I don't know. What plane is it, KJ? Fill us in. What's up, Ryder? And Witch Moon and William and everybody, good morning. You know I'm only going to discuss Iran when things like this happen. This is big. This is what I was saying. I'm not going to get into it unless I have to, and this is definitely one of those moments. This is escalating again. And we got to see what the Iranian response will be after the United States does, if they do, which is the president is not going to say something and not carry out on it, because then he would look weak. So if he's staying, and I'm even giving them a warning, if you hear the clip, he says it. I'm even telling them it's coming tonight. I mean, to me, it's about time. Way overdue. Like I told Mom, overdue for like months. He still felt iffy. Air, AIB 707. What? It's most viewed right. It's flying like 1,000 feet, but I don't know why everybody's looking at it. But where is it? What's going on? I'm live streaming about Iran. What's up?
You're what?
I'm live streaming about Iran. The president.
Bill, I'm sorry I didn't look.
The president is talking about hitting them again tonight. He said the MoU is done. He's done with them. He's done negotiating with them.
He said what?
He's done dealing with Iran.
Well, I tell you, I'm just going to put it like this. He did everything he could do to civilly make a deal with them and end their pain. He tried to entice them to wake up.
Nobody could deny the fact that he tried to do a diplomatic solution to this and tried to come up with some kind of a deal with them. Nobody could deny that.
Bill, it's time to walk in and take them out.
That's what I've been saying, that dude. I've been saying this.
God, I wish I'd have been watching all morning. I've been dealing
I just started like 15 minutes ago.
Oh, okay. Well, I've been dealing with
Why don't you? Let's go.
Listen,
Yes.
I got a question about the Saturday schedule.
Okay.
Because I accidentally deleted Thursday, Friday, and Saturday. I don't know how off of my Word document, and I'm trying to go back and find out how I can figure out where I deleted it, if I can bring it back.
Do you want me to give you a copy of what I have of the schedule? Is that
I've got everything back except Saturday.
Saturday?
Because see, on mine, on the old one, I had 8 p.m. to 10 p.m. I had Andrea on deck.
All right, hold on. What do you need? Saturday? Hold on. What I'll do is I'll copy and paste the Saturday schedule
Into Teams.
into Teams. And just watch what I'm playing on the screen because it's wild.
On the screen.
You know, like, on the stream. Go watch the stream too.
I'm calling it up right now. Stand by.
All right, later, bro.
Love you, bye.
Bye. All right, let me send him this because he needs this. Yeah, it looks like it's about to kick off. And you know, I did I don't know if some of you know this. I did write, and I know some of you may not like the idea. I did write to the White House on behalf of Tutsi. I haven't gotten an answer back. I'm not expecting an answer back. I might. But I did write something on behalf of him. Not that I had to, or I just wanted to see if I could help his situation, what he's going through over there in the UK. That's all. Hold on, let me just do this. I got to do this for a friend. And Race, I'm going to redo some of this stuff. All right, I'm sending it to you right now. The Saturday schedule. I just sent it to you on Teams. All right, let's get back. I think that's the most significant clip because the other clips are just like taking snippets out. I hate when they do that because they take it out of context. I hate that. I hate that. I hate that. Play the entire clip of what the president says. Don't take snippets out because then you're taking it out of context and you're not getting the full gist of what he's saying. Do you know what I mean? That's horrible. There's nobody can, again, I never thought a deal was going to ever happen. I don't think anybody did. But nobody could deny the fact that he tried to do the diplomatic route. For whatever anybody wants to say that he was looking for a ramp off or he was seriously trying to come up with some kind of a negotiation with them to resolve it peacefully, diplomatically, no one can deny whatever you want your opinion is about the actual deal-making possibility. The point is, nobody No country, no diplomat, nobody could say that he didn't try to come up with a diplomatic solution to this. And it's true. Every time, at every turn, Iran said something other. They changed the negotiation tactic. Oh, but Israel has to stop bombing Beirut. Oh, they've got to stop hitting southern Lebanon. Oh, they got to stop hitting Lebanon entirely. Oh, they got to withdraw from Israel. Now, again, your opinion is valid about the Israeli situation. Whatever it is, positive, negative, whatever. But the point is, they were trying to play this game all this time. Oh, the Strait, we're not going to charge tolls. Oh, no, we're going to charge fees. Oh, they got to the Strait is not open. They got to come through our route, not what the United States is dictating they can come to. If the Strait is open, the Strait is open. Traffic should be able to move regardless. They're trying to control who gets through and who doesn't get through. They have to get prior authorization to get through the Strait. So if it's a country they don't like, they can say, you're not going through. They're trying to play some game. If the Strait is open, the Strait is open. Traffic flows regardless of what path they take. Whether it's close to Oman or close to Iran, traffic's open, traffic's open. This is bullshit, what they're playing this game. And they're going to continue to play the game. And who do they target? They a base that's empty, vacant, the Fifth Fleet base. They're hitting the same targets over and over just for show because they have nothing else they can do. I mean, they're hitting the bases in Kuwait. I'm surprised they're not going after the Qatar base because KJ and I had this conversation last night privately. It's the same old bullshit. They're never going to stop. This is never going to stop. This could go on for fucking years. Excuse my language. It's about time. It is about time. Do you know what I mean? What's up?
Bill,
Yes. I sent...
listening to you while I'm working here, and I'm a little behind, mind you, because I had to back up and listen to my part, because I'm dope like that. The states around Iran that are directly affected by what they're trying to do, get your asses off your shoulders.
I agree.
Amass your armies.
Yes.
And walk right into fucking Iran and handle business. And we'll bomb them out and deplete them and strategically target them for you. But y'all are the ones that are going to lose trillions of dollars because we ain't having it with these sumbitches. They got to go.
No, it's true. They gotta get involved. They gotta unite and just make the a united front against Iran.
Let me ask you this. Is there anything to the video I saw just a minute ago, right before I talked to you, about the leader of Turkey not shaking the hand of JD?
I did not see that.
I saw a video, man, that was asking the question, did the leader of Turkey blow off J.D. Vance at the deal, whatever, over there? And it looked like he was just ignoring him. He was greeting other people. J.D. was sitting there. J.D. patted him on the back, and then he tried to turn to him and talk to him, and it was like dude turned to him and was like, yeah, and then turned away and just didn't talk to him no more.
I don't know. I would have to look into that more because I didn't.
Check that out for me.
All right.
I've got to get this spot to Marjorie. She's going to fire me.
All right. I'll see you later.
Love you, bye.
Bye. I didn't hear nothing about that. I mean, it looked like Erdogan and the president were chummy with each other. I don't know what happened with. I have not heard anything about this. So I would have to look into that more. But again, the main emphasis of this is this clip, because this is like what he's saying could happen tonight. I can't not show the clip because it's copyrighted. What's going on? What happened to your TikTok? I deactivated because I was getting spammed. That's why. Plus, I wouldn't do these streams on TikTok anyway because of the content. Was that my handler? What the fuck? No, that's a friend of mine. Oh my God. All right, let me see. President Trump, there's more stuff coming out. What's up, Diesel? Okay, let me get back to this. So let me play this clip again so you could hear it. I can't show it because it's Fox News, but you could hear it.
If they did, they'd use it, and we're not going to let that.
What just happened? Okay.
Questions?
President Trump, sir. President Trump. President Trump.
With the Iran ceasefire possibly over, can we expect the resumption of
Well, I
full-scale
just think
hostilities?
they are behaving very badly, as they have for 47 years. And, we hit them hard last night after they launched a couple of, you don't have to know about this, you got stuff on your mind, but they launched a couple of drones and one rocket, one missile, and at ships, because they were in the strait, which they have every right to be. And so we hit them very hard last night, very, very hard. Probably hit them hard again tonight. I'll give them a little warning, we're going to hit them hard tonight. But we'll see how it all works out. No, I'm not happy with them. It's like, for instance, we'll have a meeting and we'll talk about the denuclearization of Iran, because that's what the war is. It's not a war. It's really the denuclearization of Iran. And we'll have a meeting and we'll talk about just that. That's because my whole thing is not about regime change. It's not about, although I think it's regime change when you knock out the first group, the second group, and now you're I think that's maybe the ultimate regime change. But that's not what it's about. It's about, we don't want them to have nuclear weapons, and it's denuking or denuclearization. And I think we've made a lot of progress, and they'll get out of the room. We'll talk about it like we're here. They'll agree on everything, and then they'll go and have a news conference and say we never even talked about it. They're cuckoo. There's something wrong with these people. And for 47 years, they've been the bully of the Middle East, and they're not the bully anymore. They're not the bully anymore. And all we want, it's very simple. They can't have a nuclear weapon. That's what I'm there for.
President Trump, sir. President Trump.
If they did, they'd use.
Can you imagine how their stance is with the Strait of Hormuz, and when it's time to sit down and discuss their nuclear weapons program? Or their nuclear program. Now, I don't want to say nuclear weapons program. But that's what we're dealing with. He's not, I think he's had it. He gave it as much as he could, the effort to reach a diplomatic solution. I think he's been pushed, and he knows. That's it. It's done. It's done. But again, we've been down this path before. What? Okay, they're mocking him on the other side now because he misspoke. They do that. He definitely, of course he knows who's supplying them. What's going on this? Iranian Supreme Leader's advisor Ali Akbar. Oh my God, look at that name. U.S. moves will push the region toward the fire. Oh, they always come out with some crazy rhetoric. You know that. But because he said the Islamic Republic of Japan shot 111 missiles at our aircraft carrier. Remember that months ago? They're taking that piece out because he misspoke. He's sitting with Zelensky while he's saying this. I'm not even going to play it because they're mocking him. This is what the other side is doing. And I won't even feed into that bullshit. All right, hold on. There's a lot going on. There's a lot. At least I haven't checked X. I'm checking Telegram. So the Israel news again. This is Amir. He's saying Trump declares the Iran ceasefire over following Iran's attacks on 3 commercial tankers. They were escorting 3 vessels close to Oman. Actually, it was near the UAE, going to the tip of the Strait of Hormuz, and they were going to come down. and they were being escorted by the U.S. Navy. They struck those vessels. So that's why he said they were traveling through the strait, but not the Iranian route, the U.S. route. And in between those is where allegedly the mines are. So the Iranians are up here in the strait, and the United States they were hugging the tip near the UAE Oman area, and they struck those vessels. Like, what the? I don't want to say it. WTF? Like, what the? He's had it. He's had it. Very hopeful. But again, how many times have we been down this path where we think something's about to happen only for a statement later to come out? But right now, it looks like things might hit the fan tonight. The proverbial fan might be hitting tonight. So keep an eye on this. Because what are they? 8 hours ahead? Alexa, what time is it in Tehran, Iran?
It's 5:19 p.m.
5:19. So it's 7.5 hours. It's 5:19 already. You're kind of low there. So we need to keep an eye this afternoon, our local time, Eastern time, or Central, Pacific. You should definitely be keeping an eye on any activities that could occur tonight. And exactly, Ghost, enough is enough. Enough is enough. I mean, again, it doesn't. You all have your opinions and they're valid. However you look at it, negatively, positively, with him trying to negotiate a deal, blah, 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 blah. The point is he tried. And he tried. I mean, he really tried. A lot of people, I'm one of those people, I never thought this was going to go anywhere anyway. But at least nobody can say that he didn't try. Even I mean, right now, can you imagine what the Middle East countries, the Arab countries are doing right now, trying to contact him? Don't do it. Try to keep the ceasefire. I can imagine Macron. Don't do it. You can't. He's not even. He said Starmer. I don't even know if he's in charge. He said that. I was like, no, he's done. Starmer's done. Don't even talk to him. It's a waste of time. Magno News in 10 minutes. Trump press briefing. Really? He's having a press briefing? Okay, hold on. We definitely need to finish this. I don't think any of us who've been covering this since the very beginning would disagree on that. Is anybody in this chat think that he shouldn't do what he's got to do now? Anybody? And believe me, I respect your opinion. If you disagree, it's fine. All right, maybe the White House should be covering it, right? I'd rather go to a legitimate site that's open source that I could use, public domain. Stay tuned. We'll be again live shortly. You think it'll be carried on whitehouse.gov? For real. Let's finish it. But you said Magno. Who said that? JC? What's up, JC? Magno News. I've never heard of that. Magno News. What is Magno News? I would think Fox would cover it, right? Of course. I'm going to go to... I won't be able to show it on the screen if it's on Fox. I'm going to look at the White House. But I'm sure Fox will cover it. And I do have access to the live stream here. Whatever Kendrick is cooking in that kitchen is
30 years. If you're visiting London and you're sick of Buckingham Palace,
Right.
go about 30 miles outside of London and you can visit great wineries that produce champagne method wines.
They're talking about that. I don't know. Fox 1, watch live. Oh, that is. I'm already logged in, so I don't have to worry. So I'm going to keep an eye on Fox News on this screen. I won't be able to show it, though, due to copyright. And I'm going to keep an eye on the White House site, because if it's on there, I can show it. Yeah, I think, Martin, that we might have some stuff tonight. But then again, let's not get ahead of ourselves. I know, but I'm not. Look, I'm not referring to Fox, whether how you like Fox or not. It's just that they will cover his press conference, and I can't use Magno News on YouTube because that's copyrighted. That's their proprietary property. I cannot share that. So I got to be careful with that. But we can hear it, and I'm gonna keep. Now, if it's on the WhiteHouse.gov, I can show it because that's public domain. So we'll see. But let me just see if there's anything else. Let me look at X. Let's check Iran International. And thank you, KJ, for giving me the information from OSINT and the other sites that you've been checking out. Because, you know, there's a lot of people keeping me informed too. Oh, shit. This is coming now. Again, I cannot confirm. Unconfirmed, but this is what Iran International is saying. 12 minutes ago, U.S. President Donald Trump said on Wednesday the United States may take over Iran's Karg Island and warned Washington was prepared to carry out more strikes if needed. We may take over Karg Island. Trump said U.S. forces had targeted drones, missiles, coastal defense sites, radars, and surveillance systems that he said Iran had used to threaten shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. Quote, anything they thought they had rebuilt or capability they were using was a target last night. Tonight, if we need to, it's changed a little bit, we will hit even more and more, even deeper. What's up, Greg? Yeah, that's gonna, because what's going, remember, he was sitting down with Zelensky, and now Russia's doing that, because Russia's not there. So I'm not surprised. Trump also said the U.S. had struck Iran's electricity infrastructure and other military-related facilities. We hit their electricity. We hit things that they need to operate, adding that more infrastructure could be targeted if Iran continued its actions. He said Washington could reimpose a naval blockade. We may put back the blockade. By the way, what I'm watching right now is the most bizarre thing because this is Fox, but this is Fox 5. This is like local BS. This is the wrong Fox. I got to do the Fox News because I was watching the World Cup. Okay, this is the one I gotta watch. This Fox News. All right, sign in with TV provider. This page isn't available right now? What is up with that? What? It's not logging in to Fox. That's kind of odd. Well, what other news can I go to that would cover? Obviously, all the major outlets would cover this. I would think. Newsmax? They definitely would. This way we can hear it. What time is the press? Does anybody know what time this press conference is supposed to happen? Please select login with your TV provider. You know Newsmax will cover it. I think I'm in. I'm in.
Chances are...
I got Newsmax. Okay, so we'll keep an eye. Somebody mentioned that it's going to be in a few minutes. No? I have one crazy question. Did these guys put out on planes several to show and then ship all the. Yes, they did. Are you talking how they had the funeral procession in Iraq? Was that an empty thing going on? I don't know. Was he actually inside that? I don't know. Was the Ayatollah? Because Steve was showing it last night on Agenda Free. He was showing the funeral procession in Iraq. And you could see how, they were like worshiping him as it was passing by. They were throwing up like towels and stuff so they could wipe it like it's being blessed by touching it and then throwing it back to them. I was like, these people are cray. Associated Press is covering it too. What time is it happening? I have this on. Fox is definitely not working. I got Newsmax. I got the White House. I will definitely go to the Associated Press that you said that. Let me just see what else Iran International is saying in the meantime. Oh, Jesus. The president of Iran and the foreign minister were filmed leaving the shrine in Najaf on Tuesday, where they had been attending the funeral. That I know. So they're playing the same clips we already heard.
Launched a couple of, they are behaving very badly, as they have for 47 years. And, we hit them hard last night after they launched a couple of, you don't have to know about this.
I know, I got the White House page.
But they launched a couple of drones and one rocket, one missile, and at ships, because they were in the strait, which they have every right to be. And so we hit them very hard last night, very hard.
We heard this
hit
already.
them hard again tonight. I'll give them a little warning. We're going to hit them hard tonight. Iran, they've misbehaved for 47 years. They've killed our soldiers. They've killed our people.
Alexa, stop.
They've killed a lot of people all over the Middle East and elsewhere. And so we have a score to.
So we heard these clips already. Thank you, Diesel, for putting that in. Bibi is chomping at the bit. You know that. Allegedly, I heard. Alexa, stop. Allegedly, I heard yesterday. And I don't know if it's confirmed that Pete Hegseth was going to leave Turkey and head to Israel to meet with Bibi Netanyahu. I cannot confirm that. That's an unconfirmed report I heard yesterday. So I think after everything went down, I think the president had already made a determination that shit's about to hit the fan seriously. We'll see. Again,
Again tonight, after saying that the ceasefire, that is done.
Newsmax.
Over. Those comments after Iran launched attacks against American bases in the Gulf. The U.S. also revoking Iran's ability to sell oil on the global market. And that comes as President Trump is in Turkey this morning, meeting with NATO leaders. Good morning and welcome to a brand new hour of National Report.
Let's just see what they got to say.
And I'm Krisha Lenzo. This morning, President Trump saying
was canceled as of this morning,
can
Diesel?
continue, but we have a score to settle. Here's that.
Iran, they've misbehaved for 47 years.
I can't share the screen.
They've killed our soldiers, they've killed our people, and they've killed a lot of people all over the Middle East and elsewhere. We have a score to settle.
Tommy Pickett is State Department spokesperson, and welcome back to National Report.
Thank you, though.
So the president,
Thanks for having me on.
He's clearly completely irritated with this, and he was saying it was a waste of time. They lie, and again, just a massive waste of time. What does he plan to do?
Well, look, President Trump speaking very clearly there in Ankara on this. I think the context of this is so important, and that President Trump has been clear from the beginning that the Iranian regime cannot have a nuclear weapon, something he restated just there yet again. And the context from the beginning of this administration with the maximum pressure campaign that we've had, Operation...
All right, so this is commentary. We don't need to hear the commentary. We're just going to wait for his press briefing, his presser. But thank you for giving me the link. I have the AP up also. Again, we might be able to show this if I minimize it. We might be able to show that. So Hegseth trip was canceled. Thank you, Diesel. And I don't know what the sentiment as far as the American public is concerned. Are they for it, against it? I'm not a person of poll faith. I'm not a fan of polls. But I don't think. How could anybody say that he didn't try to come up with a peaceful solution to this? He tried, and I think he overplayed the trying. Because I don't think anybody realistically thought that there was ever going to be a deal at the end anyway. So, but I don't think anybody can say that he didn't try to reach a diplomatic solution. And does anybody ever? They have a track record of not being able to trust them. And it is a terrorist regime, no? You're dealing with terrorists, right? So, I'm getting... Yeah, that's what he said, Martin. He said Karg Island is on the table all of a sudden again. But see, you gotta... What they need to do before they think about Karg Island, they gotta secure the strait. Because you're going to need naval vessels as asset logistically to be there near Karg to assist. You've got to take control of the strait. The entire thing, the Persian Gulf, the strait, the Gulf of Oman, you got to control all that before you start thinking about taking Karg Island, because you're going to leave them vulnerable. You would like that naval logistical support near Karg Island to intercept anything that might be coming toward it. You know, aircraft is one thing, but you also would like to have certain logistical support. So I don't know how this is going to play out. Why did that happen? Hold on.
Iran is basically violating the ceasefire. We've seen what happened yesterday with ships being attacked. I think it is totally crucial that the U.S. forcefully reacts.
You know, Tommy, your reaction to Mark Rutte's comments there, but also to the fact that, look, we're at the NATO summit right now. You would think...
Did you hear what the NATO guy just said? That the United States should retaliate. Is something going on in NATO that they've changed their tune all of a sudden? That was him. I can't remember his name. I don't know what his position is. President of NATO, chairman of NATO, whatever his position is. Rennie, I can't think of his name. NATO chief. U.S. attack on Iran, absolutely necessary. That's a little change. He just said that. What's his name? Ruddy. That's it. I know how to start it with an R. He just said that. And I can't share the screen, obviously. That's what he said. Good morning, Thomas. Ryder. Trump was... Yes, I think there were some serious tense discussions behind closed doors with NATO leaders. I don't want to read too much into it, but based on what he said publicly to the press... Uh-oh. What's this? Oh my gosh. Oh, nothing important. I'm keeping an eye. All of you keep an eye too. Okay. This is what Amir from Israel just put it. That was that sound. Here we go. If we make a deal with Iran, I'm not sure that will stick because I found them to be very dishonorable people. So he's starting to realize you can't trust. You can't. Because they don't stay by their word. If we made a deal with Iran, I'm not sure that it would stick. So he already knows that if a deal was even reached, it probably wouldn't hold because they would undermine it somehow because that's just the way they operate. So maybe he's finally realizing that a deal isn't even possible. Even if you reached a deal, it probably wouldn't hold anyway because they won't commit to it. Just that's what Amir put out on Telegram just now. So maybe he's realizing that even if you tried to reach a deal, it's never going to stick. Maybe NATO will step up, JC. Maybe. It's about time. And like my friend said on the phone, the Arab countries need to step up. They keep getting targeted and they come up with statements condemning Iran's actions, violations, all this, but they do nothing. I mean, grow a spine. They're armed. Get rid of the cancer. And any country that exposes themselves in alliance with Iran, you take them out too in the region. Because we know China and Russia supports it. But Yemen, I would expose all the vulnerabilities in that region and take it out. That's just me, though. I don't know how all of you feel. But it's also going on in Iraq. And of course, we see what's going on in Yemen and other places in the area. Get rid of it all. Let them expose themselves. Expose who are the allies of Iran, because obviously they're going to get involved, and take them all out. But the key to this is the Arab countries need to step up. You know what I mean? And you're right. NATO needs us with Russia doing what it's doing, especially with Poland and some of the other Slavic countries. So maybe NATO will say, you know, NATO's also looking at it from their personal interest because they know about that threat. We'll help you as long as you help us when it comes to Russia. That could be the negotiation that's going on behind closed doors. We will assist you however we can, but remember, we have to have our NATO forces ready and prepared dealing with Russia. But we will help you as much as we can with Iran. But remember, we still have to protect against Russia. There might be some kind of a compromise being worked on there. I'm assuming this. I'm making assumptions. I'm just saying. God only knows what's going on. Now, I was also concerned about something else. They better be protecting the president at maximum level while he's in Turkey. They would never strike a Turkey because that's a NATO country. That's Article 5 right off the bat. That would never happen. They're not that stupid. But we know there's a lot of extremists, radical psychos that are in Turkey. The Brotherhood, Muslim Brotherhood, there are elements. I just pray to God that they are doing their due diligence to protect the president. And I'm just saying it because the threat exists. I mean, didn't these fuckers put a bounty on him? You know what I mean? So I pray to God. What is this? Oh, that's just a clip. They showed the president speaking. So we'll just keep an eye. I definitely I'll continue streaming until we see his presser. Does anybody know when the presser was supposed to happen? Was supposed to happen at the top of the hour at 10 a.m.? What time is it in Turkey right now? 7 hours maybe? So it's 5? Alexa, what time is it in Turkey?
It's 5:13 p.m. in Turkey right now.
That's what I thought. So you would think it's going to happen soon, right? Being that it's after 5 in the afternoon.
What are you referring to?
Alexa, stop. It's after 5 p.m. in Turkey. You would think it's going to happen soon. Unless they're still in a meeting. And who knows how long that meeting goes on. Are they still meeting behind closed doors? The NATO members, the leaders? I don't know. It's a good question. So we sit and wait. But I know a lot of you, like me, get all amped up. Like, it's going to happen tonight. He's going to do it. He's going to step up. Don't remember, we've been down this path again. It got moved up to 11 now? Wow. All right, JC, do we know why? Is it because meetings are still ongoing between the NATO countries? What? They're talking about power restoration. The rain finally stopped. There were a lot of people that lost power from the weather up here. Yep, they restored a lot of the power for people. It's supposed to be a beautiful day in the mid-80s here, but forget about the weather. Let me see if there's anything else going on. While we wait now, another 45 minutes. Trump isn't scared of assassination terms. He's already been through a few, but still. It's not about him being afraid of it. It's about protecting the president of the United States, period. However he feels about it is, to me, is irrelevant. We have to protect the president. Even he may be not afraid of it because he's been through it before and all that, but the point is, you need to protect the man. He is the president of the United States. That's logical. He did say that if anything happened to him, Iran would be wiped off the face of the earth. He did say that in the past, a few months ago, actually. He said it. He said, I told the people around me that if anything happens to me, Iran is to be wiped off the face of the earth. He said that a few months ago. So that's not new. Okay. Okay, that's old. Okay, so this is kind of like old, what we already mentioned. I'm just going to read it. This was 22 minutes ago. U.S. strikes on Iran overnight targeted small craft used to harass shipping. Underground drone and missile storage facilities, coastal defense sites, radar and surveillance sites. U.S. Secretary of War Pete Hegseth said, adding that American forces would hit even more and even deeper if ordered. U.S. President Donald Trump also said Washington may reimpose the naval blockade. It's only a blockade for Iran. And said the United States was destroying Iranian small boats with the same weapon used against the drug lords, Venezuela. So let's listen to what he said.
They were using last night, as you said, a lot of small craft that they were trying to harass shipping with. So that was a big part of what we targeted. Underground facilities where they were storing drones or missiles, coastal defense sites, radar sites, surveillance sites, anything used to harass shipping in the Strait of Hormuz. So anything they thought they had rebuilt or capability they were using was a target last night. And tonight, if we need to, on your order, Mr. President, we will hit even more and even deeper, because that's the
And
consequence.
we may put down the blockade. We may put it back, the blockade. And it'll only be a blockade for Iran. Anybody else can have whatever they want. Now, of course, they'll drop some mines if they can, if they can do it. But it's hard because we're taking out those little boats now with the same weapon we used to take out the drug lords.
Which should have been done since day one. And I said that so many times. It's kind of mind-boggling that they waited this long to do it. Just saying. I do want to check something, because it's already after. So oil has jumped up. It's up almost 5. Oh shit, it's up by 6% and it's going up. The live tracker. So the market is starting to get a little nervous about this. It's still low. This is something to keep an eye on. Especially if strikes resume tonight, and they already got word that he said the ceasefire is done. You know what I mean? So you could see it's up. Not a lot, but it's going up. You could see the trending. Look where it bottomed out. Look where it is now. I'm just saying, keep an eye on what's going on, and then keep an eye on the market too. Just as, because they react to everything he says. So you could see it's going up. But he could easily change him by a statement and say something different so that the markets don't react like this. So I would suggest you guys just, based on what I don't use my thing. I use a friend's. I use Kendrick's X. But again, keep an eye on the market, because you'll get a feel of what's going on. So we'll see. What the hell was that now? Okay, this just came out from an Israeli reporter. Wow. I don't think it's going to climb too fast. And I don't know how we're approving. Oh, they're licensing. That means they can manufacture it themselves? Because we're not just going to give them Patriot missiles. Hell no. We have to worry about our stockpile. Iran state agency Tasnim and IRGC linked channels announced Iran has canceled the Memorandum of Understanding. An advisor to the Supreme Leader, Ali Akbar, oh Jesus Christ, warned that the move pushes the region once again toward fire. Somebody mentioned that in chat. Did you see, I don't know if you watched The Enforcer, and I know a lot of people don't like it for their political views. Crimea is like mostly out of power. Widespread, almost the entire country has no power, electricity. That's what they were saying last night. I mean, I'm just saying what I saw on their channel briefly, because that's basically all they were talking about last night was the Ukraine-Russia situation. But Crimea is got no power? The majority of Crimea? Looks like Russia's feeling a lot of pain right now in this region. It doesn't look good, but Putin could get desperate. Who knows what kind of weaponry he will use? It's kind of scary. What? Okay, that's old news. I'm keeping an eye on everything. It's kind of tough. Let me see what you put in there, Diesel. We're going to give a license to you to make Patriots. That's pretty cool, right? That way you won't be able to complain that we're not giving them enough. Make them yourself. That's what I thought. That's what I thought.
So one of the things we're going to be talking about is we're going to give a license to you to make Patriots. That's pretty cool, right? Larry? This way you can't complain that we're not giving them enough. It's a make it yourself.
There you go. Thank you for putting that in chat, Diesel. That's what I thought. He's going to have them produce it there. So maybe he's having individual meetings like this. This is what's going on right now. Maybe, you think? He's still meeting with Zelensky now behind closed doors because these clips are coming out like this was how long ago? This was a few minutes ago. This was not even 10 minutes ago. Right? So maybe that's what's going on. Oh, Trump meets with Syrian president. What is this? Live. He's with
the entire Syrian people thanks President Trump. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Proud of you. Do you have any questions?
Mr. President, are you going to remove Syria from the state sponsor of terrorism list?
I think I will, yeah. I think I will. Why wouldn't I? He's done a great job. Maybe he would have brought that up in a little while, but that's a good question, yeah. Any problems with that? I think we should. Yeah, I will.
Do you still want Syria to help with Hezbollah in Lebanon?
They could help, we'll find out. I think we're making a lot of progress.
Mr. President,
they could help.
Mr. President,
they would do a very good job.
Prime Minister Netanyahu has been critical of aspects of your relationship in the last couple of days with President Erdogan of Turkey. He said that Erdogan has imperial ambitions on neighboring countries, presumably including Syria.
Well, he hasn't been involved with Syria. If you think, he hasn't been involved with Israel at all, and he's left it alone. I wouldn't say he's a friend, because he's not a friend of, as you know, of Netanyahu, of Bibi. They don't get along, I think. But, for me, he's been great. Look, Turkey's been fantastic and a fantastic ally. They're also a NATO country. And Israel, no president's done as much for Israel as I have. Nobody even close. If you look at, just look at all the things with Jerusalem, all the different things that we've done. The Golan Heights.
This is live.
Things. Nobody has ever done anything for Israel like me. And we've made tremendous progress. And we've made a lot of progress with Iran, too. We've wiped out their military, but they should have been done 47 years ago.
And if I could, do you think that that Prime Minister Netanyahu should be reelected? There's an election coming in Israel, or would you like to see new blood?
I can tell you this: he's been a great wartime president. We worked as Prime Minister. So we worked with each other very closely, and we went through a very big thing. We did a big thing together, and in my opinion, he's been a great wartime Prime Minister. I don't know anything about his politics. I'm not sure. I would think he should be popular because he did a very good job. We had and have a very good relationship. But he was a great wartime prime minister.
President
If you had other prime ministers, you know what? They wouldn't be in Israel right now. You know that? They wouldn't be. It would have been blown to pieces by Iran. If you had a weak prime minister, you wouldn't have. And if you had a different president, I guarantee there wouldn't be. And Israel wouldn't exist today if you didn't have me as president.
President
Mr.
Trump,
President, you said
new data from the Energy Information Administration revealed that U.S. crude oil production set a new record in the month of April under your leadership.
That's right.
Why is it important to keep hitting numbers like this at this moment in time? Why is it important that you were able to get this done and keep it on this trajectory?
Well, when we decided to do this, it's called the denuclearization of Iran. We have to do it. We have to have. They're never going to have a nuclear weapon, and they admit they're never going to have it. But they behave badly. Always behave badly. There's something wrong with them. But when we did this, we thought oil would go much higher, and it didn't go very high. And now it's coming way down, and you're going to see oil drop very low. Now, maybe we'll do some other things that could lift it a little bit, but I don't think it's going to lift it a lot at all. I think oil is coming down. There's tremendous amounts of oil. Scott, what would you say about that?
Yes, so record production under President Trump in his first term. Now in his second term, the U.S. is an energy superpower. It's why we weathered the conflict better than anyone else. And just this weekend, Bloomberg wrote that there is an oil glut out there, and we think that safe, secure American oil maybe even should trade at a premium to the rest of the world.
So we have, if you add it up, you take Saudi Arabia and take Russia, two big oil producers, we do more than twice as much. We do more than, so think of it, Saudi Arabia, Russia put together, we do more oil, and that's not including Venezuela.
I knew he was going to say Venezuela.
It's pretty amazing. And this all happened during my term. We started it as first term. Biden blew it because he had no idea what he was doing. But we are producing more oil right now than Saudi Arabia and Russia combined by almost double. Okay, any other questions? Yes. Yes, ma'am.
You said that dealing with the Iranians is a waste of time. How do you plan to get the nuclear material and the nuclear assurances that you want?
Well, we've already got the nuclear material because it's so far underground, nobody's going to be able to get it except us because we have the equipment that can get it. But I call it the nuclear dust. The nuclear material is so far down underneath the mountain, and now that's been determined, that it would take massive machinery that we have that no other country has.
Mr.
They can't get
So
it.
you have no plans to go in, boots on the ground?
Why would I go in now? I'd go in when they're completely either eliminated or whatever happened, or an agreement's made.
Mr. President,
Yes.
if you cut off trade with Spain, does that mean that you're going to have to renegotiate a trade agreement with the EU?
With who?
With the EU, any past trade agreements you already have?
We're going to see what happens with the EU. You know, they've treated us very badly for years, and they took advantages. Look, we're very close to those countries, right? And to everybody in the EU. The problem is they took advantage of the United States for years. It's like him. They took advantage of Syria. He's bringing it back. And I'm bringing the United States back. We have the greatest economy we've ever had. We have the biggest investment. 19.2 trillion is being invested right now in the United States. 3 trillion was the record. Under Biden and under the past administration, they had less than $1 trillion for 4 years. We have 19.2 trillion in 12 months. Think of that. We have the largest amount of money being invested in a country in history. Pretty amazing. 19.2 trillion with a T. So,
with a T.
And they're building factories all over the country. I think yesterday Toyota announced they're leaving Mexico. And they're coming, I'm not that Mexico's thrilled about it, but they're leaving Mexico and they're coming to the United States to build what will be, I believe, the largest automobile plant either in the world or at least in this country.
Mr. President, on oil prices
Quick domestic question. You announced on Truth Social a couple days ago that Walmart was cutting the price for ground beef by 15%. How big of a deal is that for American customers this summer?
So Walmart has agreed to cut their prices very substantially because things are going down. We're getting it down. We inherited very high prices. We inherited the highest prices in the history of our country.
That's good
news.
news.
48 years to be exact, but I don't believe that. I think it's in history. So under Biden, they had tremendous inflation. Under the Democrats,
15%
we had
lower?
tremendous
That's
inflation.
something.
Record-setting inflation. And now, inflation is way down. Everything is great. We have, the prices are coming down, but we inherited, you know, they talk about they use different words to describe it. They had very high prices. the prices are coming down. And when the oil comes, the oil is coming way down. The oil dropped by 50% in the last month. And when that comes down, it brings everything else down. No, it's affordability. And they came up with the word affordability. Like, I take over, I'm there for one day, and they say affordability. Affordability.
I would hope they ask the Syrian president some questions, just not the president. It would be nice to hear what the Syrian president has to say and his relationship with the president.
I've been in office for
You know what I
one
mean?
day. And I said, well, we'll have to do something. In fact, they told me not to order eggs for the Easter egg hunt at the White House. I should use plastic. I said, we're not doing that. And by the time we came, that was a couple of months later, that happened, and we ordered thousands of eggs. And right now, eggs are way down. The prices are way down, and they're coming down further. So they made up a phony word that they used. They said affordability. They're the ones that caused the affordability prices. I didn't. But I brought it down. And the oil is coming down very big.
Mr. President, Brent crude is up slightly today on the
A little
announcement
bit, yeah,
that
because we hit them. Anytime we hit them, it goes up a little bit, $2.
is that what you mean? Is that what you meant when you said that we might see oil prices lift a little in
A
response
little
to?
bit, yeah, $2, very little. It's down from, let's say, $135 down to $69. It's dropping, and everything else drops. As oil goes, so goes everything else. But anytime if we hit Iran, oil goes up a little bit. It's all right.
Mr. President, do you think
And
Israel?
we're de-nuking it. All right. We're de-nuking Iran. They're not going to have a nuclear weapon. All right. One more question.
Sir, do you think Israel should withdraw troops from southern Lebanon?
Well, I talked to Bibi about that. Yeah, I think they're going to. I think they want to. I don't think it's a question of me. I think it's a question they want to. And they're getting along with Lebanon. They're signing deals with Lebanon. First time ever. Marco, talk about that if you'd like.
Yeah, we have an agreement that, and it calls, that's the goal at the end. Obviously, Israel's concerned about their security. But the president did a great job bringing those two countries together for the first time
It's a
ever.
big thing. First time in many years, right?
Step.
So we have a deal with Israel and Lebanon. And, yeah, they'll leave.
Israel and Lebanon is one thing.
I think it's gonna
Hezbollah
work
is
out
another.
very well. But we're here for this because Syria has turned around as fast as I've ever seen. Well, actually, I turned the United States around very fast, too. I inherited from a man who was not smart, not a smart person. We inherited from the man where they were running this country so badly with the open borders. Think of it, 25 million people allowed into our country. And that includes 11,888 murderers, most of whom murdered more than one person, okay? We got most of them out, or we have them in jail, and we've done a great job. Washington, D.C. now is considered one of the safest cities in the country. If he came to Washington, D.C. a year and a half ago, he'd fear for his life, even though he never feared for his life before, because it was very dangerous. But somehow his territory might have even been a little more dangerous. I joke because, he comes from a rough environment. Would you say that's right, Tom Barrett? Huh? It's sort of funny to think. I don't think he'd be too concerned with Washington a year and a half. But we had a very, very unsafe Washington, D.C., and now it's one of the safest cities in the country. We put the military in. Washington went from being an unsafe to one of the safest cities, and crime is down 94%. We don't play games. We removed over 5,000 career criminals, many of whom came in through the open borders of Joe Biden. We did the same thing with Memphis, Tennessee. We did the same thing with in Louisiana. You have to speak to the governor, because New Orleans, the crime rate is down 78% in a little while, and they had the best Mardi Gras they've ever had. So we're doing a good job, and he's done a great job too. And I thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, guys. Thank you, press. Thank you.
I agree with what you guys said about the price gouging. I was going to make steaks, and I checked the Walmart prices for New York strip steak. It was absolutely insane. I don't know what it is now, but it was like $19 a fucking pound. What is up with the price gouging? Because there's something going, and this is Walmart, who's one of the biggest distributors in the country. It's almost like wholesale. Yet the prices are that high. I'm going to check right now. This has me curious now. I want to check beef prices. Now, we're not gonna see the effect, even though they agreed to do it right away. It's gonna take a little time. I totally agree with you guys in chat. Good morning, Dave. Let me check. Actually, and I'm just saying, it's only online order only. The prices are different in the stores. It's $7.47 a pound for 93% lean. That's an excellent fucking price for lean. I'm just looking at ground beef right now. That's an because that's lean. The 80% is now $5.79. It's pretty much the same. They could be doing a sale. But look at this. Sirloin tender steak. Angus beef. 3 or 4 in a tray. $15.94 per pound. $16 a pound. Now it's Angus, I get it. I should look at New York strip steak. Here we go. New York strip steak. $19.47 a pound. But they've lowered it down for online to $14.41 a pound. I can't show you. Oh, yes, I can. I'm not on TikTok. Let me show you. So these are online prices only. If like I got Walmart Plus, this is online only. $19.47 a pound, but you can get them now for $14.41 online. But you could see how high the prices are. I mean, it would be very helpful to bring these prices down on meat, poultry, etc., pork, whatever people eat, because it is very expensive. I mean, my God, do something. But like I said up here in the beef, $7.47 for 93% lean is an excellent price. But this is online. That's not in the store. It's more money. Whenever you see this green, it's online pricing only. So that's just to give you an idea. Now let's see what the prices do and reflect a week or two from now. That's a good question, all up in here. That's a great question. Why are chicken wings more money than breast? That's a good question. It's definitely economics, Richard. Of course it is. But what happens is when prices get inflated, this is part of the economics. When they go up, it takes them time, and they don't go down much, to bring the prices down to where they were. You may never see the prices go back down to what they were. They might come down a little bit, but you may never see the price it was before. That's economics. Because that's what they do, these corporations. They're not going to do that. They'll come down a little bit. Like that's why Walmart said 15%. Will that get it back to the prices they were? No. But at least it's going to help bring it down and reduce it. Very rarely will it go back down after it's inflated to the price it was. It'll come down a little bit, but it's not going to go back down to where it was. Usually, in general. It does happen in some cases, but usually that's what they do, the manipulation of that. Yes, exactly. And after, did they come down significantly to what they were? What were the prices pre and after all that shit was bye-bye? Uh-oh. Hey, Anna. All right, you have a mission. I cannot do it. You got to go into StreamYard. And you've got to hit add destination and add the new Facebook destination in there. I cannot do it for you.
I'm in destinations now.
Now click on Facebook.
Where's Facebook?
And add the page that you created.
Where's Facebook? Does StreamYard have it?
Yes.
In a library or something?
You know, when you hit the plus sign for destinations, add destination, you should see the Facebook icon.
Oh, I do.
Click it.
I see John's, right?
No. Yeah. All right, hold on. Let me walk you through this quick because I'm live streaming right now, buddy. Run. Hold on.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Hold on. Let me just get in there so I can walk you through properly.
Oh, on top it says add a destination, but it's
Yes. Click on that. Add a destination.
Okay. And then I click Facebook.
Now add the page you created.
How do I get to that page?
Just follow the instructions, whatever you see.
Okay, I'll add page.
Exactly.
And now it says, now it wants to add my personal one. I don't want that
All right, so that's the only one that's showing listed?
That's what's only showing.
All right, so get out of page and click on profile. So go back and don't go to page. Go to a different option until you see the search warrant option.
Destination, add a destination, Facebook. Need help connecting Facebook? Maybe I say
No.
Facebook profile. How about profile?
Exactly. Hit profile.
Again, it just came up with my.
It did. Then try as a group because I don't know how you created that Facebook page. Did you create it as a page, a group?
I'm pretty sure I did it the way I'm supposed to. I didn't.
Because I cannot do that for you. Only you can do that, adding the destination, because only you have access to that.
Okay, I just got a thing that says in 5 days StreamYard will lose your access to
That's
your Facebook account.
that's John.
Yeah, we knew that one. Okay. Destinations.
You got to add the destination. You're logged in. Add a destination to the group that you created this morning or last night or whatever.
Yeah, Facebook. Okay. On top it says live stream or repurpose. Should I go repurpose?
No. Hold on. I'm going in. Because like I said, I'm live, but I'll try to help you. Hold on. And folks that are watching, just give me a second. I'm trying to help someone, a friend. Okay. Let me do a search. Why is there 2 search warrants there? That's an old stream. That has to get deleted. What the heck is that? Iran gets toasted. I'm going to remove that. That shouldn't be there. Unless somebody created that. That's not for today. That's not scheduled. I don't know what the heck that was. All right. You click on destinations, add destination.
Yeah.
You click on the Facebook where it says Facebook. You click on it. And then it
says live stream or repurpose. I do live stream, right?
No. Again, go to the main page on StreamYard.
I'm on it. Okay.
You see home, library, destinations, members, right?
Yes.
All right. Click on destinations.
Okay.
Then you'll see add a destination on the top.
Yes.
Click that. And then click on Facebook.
Okay, but you see above Facebook, it's got either live stream or repurpose.
I don't see that.
Oh, okay. All right.
Oh yeah, live stream. Yes.
Okay. All right. So then I click on Facebook.
Correct. It'll give you 3 options. Yes. Profile, page, and group.
Yes.
Try each one of those and see if the search warrant you created pops up on the list, and then click it. It should appear somewhere linked to your account because you created it. It's I don't know if you created it as a profile, a page, or a group.
I'm trying all three.
Exactly. So do that, and then call me back. Because if that doesn't work, that means something went wrong when you created the page. It's not going to link it.
Okay, we'll figure it out. Okay.
Call me. Call me back.
Okay.
Bye. I apologize, but I have to help them. That's the law enforcement people. What's going on now? There's a big crowd for the press conference. Oh, God, yeah, Richard, for sure. The cost to raise cattle. Oh, gosh, yes. Oh, my gosh. That's absolutely true. That is true. But it also affects all around. How much is the feed? There's so much involved in that. If they have to pay more for feed and for everything that goes with the cattle, they're going to have to charge more. Plus, there was an issue with the disease that was going on in the cattle. And that was a big deal. It actually, there's so many things, believe it or not, and I know you're not a fan of weather, drought affects livestock, agriculture. There are a lot of things that go involved with that. But I know there was something that really, and it was a couple of years ago, and they had a hard time rebuilding up the stock. So this was earlier in the year. This is just like I said, there's a lot of things that go involved in this. It's not just simple. Tick-borne disease threaten U.S. cattle. There's so many things that affect this industry. This is from this year. So there's a lot of different factors that are involved when you're talking about cattle specifically. And this is one of them. Now, obviously, if this threatens U.S. cattle and the supply of the livestock is down, they're going to charge more money. They're going to. And, I mean, this has to do with the crops. You could look at the livestock. Look, to help independent beef processors. Screwworm. I mean, there's a lot involved here. The heat wave, keeping the cattle safe, the livestock. So there's a lot involved. It's not just a simple one thing. It's actually numerous factors that are involved with the pricing of cattle. Gov needs to be helping our farmers and ranchers, so they don't all disappear with all the money wasted on other things. They could do some real good for our future food supplies. There's no question. But how many farm aid bills have there been for agriculture and the cattle industry? They do. I mean, it's up to the federal government too to allocate that money to help the farmers. It's like I said, it's a complicated issue. There's a lot of factors involved. The cattle diseases, the prices to feed them, the cost, the overall cost of these ranchers. Yes, exactly, Diesel. It's always something. I mean, even think about the heat wave. How do you protect them from that dying? Protecting them. That's why weather does matter. Drought affects it too. And in certain conditions, how do certain things like ticks thrive in a certain environment? All these factors. And have talked to a few. It may be just this area, but they say they're doing pretty good. Thank God. Thank God. They're doing good here. Even though it was hot, but they're doing good here. That's true. Well, that's, you talk to a lot of these people that are vegetarians, they couldn't care less. You know what I'm saying? I enjoy my steak. I love vegetables and stuff, but I also enjoy my meat. You know what I'm saying? Hi, Mom. How are you? Yeah, Thomas. Oh, God. Again, you're bringing up another point. The chemicals, the food supply is full of chemicals, GMO, enhancing the feed. I mean, there's so much. This is, like I said, this is a complicated, complex issue. Same goes for poultry. Same goes for throughout all the livestock industry. Diesel, they've done that here too. A lot of solar farms, the farmers say, screw this. I'm not going to struggle. I'll lease my land to these solar farms and make money without having to do a freaking thing. They maintain it. They pay us. You're right. And that's not necessarily a good thing because we're losing that. We are losing the agriculture or whatever it was that farm was responsible of doing. Find another piece of land to do it on. But the farmers are saying, screw going through this every year, struggling to survive. I'll just lease my land to a solar company and put panels up. I don't have to worry about it. They maintain it. They pay us. I ain't got to do a damn thing. Do you blame them? Honestly? Especially if they're threatening to lose their farms to be lost? That's a tough one. It's a tough one. That is a tough decision. Trump and Erdogan to speak soon. We're going to get ready. I'm going to get rid of this. I'm going to get rid of this. They got the image up. I'm going to unmute. And then I'll take a break after this. And then we'll do a little follow-up. So this is what I think a lot of us have been waiting for. Especially the Q&A afterwards. Yeah, that's FDA stuff. That's what somebody just mentioned about RFK Jr. doing that. Not RFK Jr., my Jesus Christ. But that is something that needs to be addressed by the FDA. The Food and Drug Administration. I agree. Our farmers in the UK. Our farmers in the UK have got one of the highest. Oh my God. I agree with that, Diesel. I have solar panels on my house. I agree. But again, we're talking about a lot of different issues, and a lot of people have ranging opinions on them, and they're all to be respected. But I get it. I get everything you guys are saying. Definitely. You all are making valid points. But let me just see what the hell is going on here with these messages coming on. Okay, so the other side is putting this out. President Donald J. Trump has terminated the MoU with Iran. Did he? Wait a minute. Did he terminate the MoU? Or did he say the ceasefire is over and he said that? I don't know if he technically said that. Did he? You know what I mean? He states, this is what the other side is saying. He states, we will strike Iran hard tonight. President Donald J. Trump has threatened Iran. In one day, we can destroy every bridge in Iran, their power generation stations, where they produce electricity. We will destroy them if necessary. They have water desalination plants. Oh, God. We will destroy them if necessary. Trump on Iran. We might seize the Iranian island of Karg. I mean, they're just putting a lot of shit out there right now. And as we wait for this, they're still showing the crowds. The other side is just showing the crowd still going on in Iraq. 5 to 7 million people turned out. You know, they're still on the funeral stuff. That's what they're showing now, a lot of. On Telegram. Well, you got to remember, he was meeting with all these leaders. He was with Zelensky, the Syrian president. He had to get all these out off the schedule, and sometimes, of course, they run over schedule, you know. And now it's this. Is it officially terminated now? Trump said he was leaving it up to our guys if they still wanted to negotiate, but he was over it. Yeah, I didn't hear them. I didn't hear him officially say it was terminated. I didn't hear that. See how they twist things? That was the media outlet for the other side, though. I'm not surprised. Here's an interesting scenario. If Turkey and Israel go to war and Turkey enacts Article 5, oh, shit. Imagine that. That's an excellent question. If Turkey and Israel go to war and Turkey enacts Article 5 by being struck by Israel, do NATO countries come to Turkey's side? Which side would the U.S. be on? And I kind of agree with Ghost, but that would be Israel. But still, it's in Article 5 that all NATO countries must come to the assistance of any NATO country being attacked. That is a fascinating question. You know that? Who asked that question? Thomas, that is a really, really interesting question. Seriously, that's an excellent question. And I honestly agree with Ghost Sativa. If push was to come, the president already, you know how he feels about NATO. But then again, you see how he's look how he's going to speak with Erdogan right now. Erdogan is an ally, a close friend. This could be interesting. That is really. But still, it's the question. The question as Article 5 with NATO. Israel's not a NATO country, but Turkey is. It's in Article 5. I get all that. I get all about the Turkey thing because Turkey plays both sides. With Iran, in the region. I mean, they even buy arms from Russia. Turkey's one of those weird situations. Exactly. But again, that's a fascinating question that he asked, Thomas. That is an interesting question. I don't think we'll ever get down that road because I think the president... The thing you have to worry about, I think, more is Greece, Cyprus. I think Turkey has its eye on that. I don't think necessarily Israel. I don't think they're going to play with that. But I think Greece, something to keep an eye on. I don't know. Got to remember, what was the territory of the Ottoman Empire that Turkey was once in control of? You might want to look into that. I mean, should we look while we're waiting? The old Ottoman Empire map. Of the region and what they controlled at one time. It's kind of interesting. If I can find it. A one that is really reliable. Not during World War One. Ottoman Empire map 8. I mean, acquisitions up to 1520. This is an interesting map. And you know, just look at the color code here. The Ottoman Empire in 1481. It even had Crimea. Look at this. Syria. They had acquisitions up to 1520. Look at that. Under Suleiman I. And look at Persia, Iran. So just think about the Ottoman Empire's influence in the whole damn region. At one time. That's Turkey. Just to put it in a little perspective. When you look at it, you know? Exactly, Thomas. Exactly. That's why I put that map up. People may not remember how much they controlled at one time. Just a little historical reference. I'm not saying they're going to try to take the whole damn territory back. I'm just saying when you think of what they controlled at one point is unfreaking believable. And yes, Israel at one time was under control of the Ottoman Empire. What is Israel today? You know? It's unbelievable when you look at it that way. So, just saying. As we wait, it's going to be interesting to see later on how this develops, his statements that he makes as the day goes on. Because remember, it's already approaching nighttime in Iran. After this is all said and done, after he's done, I don't know what else is on his schedule for today. In Turkey, at the summit. But you know, at some point he's going to be speaking to reporters, not just here, but later on, and making statements. Do you guys think that he said a lot of talk this morning and then he'll change his tune by this afternoon and pull back a little bit about attacking Iran tonight? Do you think he'll pull back on that? Or do you think he's going to follow through and do something tonight in Iran? What do you guys think? Do you think he's going to carry out with his threat? We're going to hit him hard again tonight? We've been down this road before. And today's Wednesday. He could pull back and we'll give them 48 hours, wait for the weekend, you know, that kind of deal again. Wow. So Thomas says the pattern to date would suggest he will pull back. And JC says no. I think he means business. Ryder says he wouldn't be surprised. I wouldn't either if he toned down. And JC says again, I think the time has run out. That's going to, again, it's 50-50 to me. It could go either way. But we've been down this path before. But the thing is, he can't just threaten and, it shows like a little bit of weakness. And I don't know what the Iranian responses are right now. I haven't been checking. Let's see where crude is now. It was at 74 and change before. It's at 75.59 up. It's up 7.31%. Not, again, it's at 75 WTI. It's still decent numbers. But it's up from about an hour ago by $1. Almost. As we were checking. Again, anything he says can fluctuate that number. So I would suggest you guys keep an eye on this. I don't know what Brent crude is doing, but I look at WTI because that more reflects on our market. So I would keep an eye on this number throughout the day. Just as out of curiosity. It's like a gauge. Exactly. That's why I put that up on the screen. I agree. I don't think it's going to be a full-out campaign again. But it's going to send a strong signal to Iran. But Iran may retaliate equally. And the way they see the whatever the United States do, they may retaliate in what they deem to be equivalent. God only knows. We have to see how this plays out. I'm sure all the people will be streaming later on. You know the usuals. 2C, Steve, Matt Tardio, Speak the Truth. I'm like subscribed to all of them. Solid accolades. Yeah, that's another thing. Pray for the safety of our troops. Like Navy Mom's son is on the Bush carrier. Pray for all that. And did you see they identified and released the information of the person that was lost? The helicopter incident. 2 children. Horrible. Just fucking horrible. Anyway. Thoughts and prayers go out. Let's see what the IRIB is saying. Well, they're just talking about the funeral. Oh, jeez. Oh, shit. I didn't know this. This is what they're saying. Again, take it for with a pile of shit. Forget about salt. Reuters reported that a Chevron American tanker was targeted by a drone strike in the Black Sea, coinciding with the NATO summit in Turkey. That was yesterday. I cannot, I'm just going based on what they're saying. 4 hours ago, mourners of the martyred leader Ayatollah at the shrine of Imam Ali in Najaf are chanting death to America. They have a clip. I'm not playing it. But this is what they were doing. In Iraq. And they're chanting death to America in Iraq. Not surprisingly. Mike. Uh-oh. Oh my God, it's making you hungry? You know, it's weird. We know it as Turkey, and all of a sudden, have you noticed it's Turkey? Spelled differently, it's Turkey. Have you noticed that change? Turkiye, Turkey. It's not like Turkey like we've always known it. It's now Turkey. I don't know if anybody's actually... Have you guys caught that? It's like Turkey. It's always been Turkey to me. I'm just saying. When did that change? It's like, what do they call that when things, the effect. It's like, oh God, you guys are making me hungry. Jesus. It was a couple of years ago, Diesel? Oh, good. She figured it out. Oh. She has to have a certain amount of followers before it can be added. I'm gonna have to call the police officer right now. He's a host of the show. That's if he picks up. Give me 1 second, guys, and I'll mute obviously if this starts. The guest backed out for them. Pick up, Jake. It's going to be a pain for me to change everything.
Please leave your message.
No, let him call me back. Tuesday's on at 45. Good. Gives me a break. I will stop streaming once this ends. I definitely want to show this entire presser. This is a big one. With Trump and Erdogan. This is a big one. No. He's the host of a show. A law enforcement show. He's retired detective. But I got to call him because I just got information that the guest backed out that they were going to have today. And I got to change the title of the show if I'm going to put it on YouTube. I can't do anything until he calls me back. I told her, got to change title. Oh God, Mama's awake. Well, this was supposed to start what? A few minutes ago? No, it was show related. Let me see if anything else is going on. All right, that's the site we're looking at. I'm checking out Iran International again. 3 minutes ago. U.S. President Donald Trump said American forces struck Karg Island overnight but were ordered to spare its oil infrastructure because the U.S. may take over the island. I don't trust him either.
You know, they asked for a timeout. They wanted to go to the funeral of Khomeini. And I said, give it to them. And they start shooting missiles. I mean, it was the craziest thing. Now, we did kill him, so I guess you have to look at it that way. But the funeral took place, and they wanted to have a period of time. And they also asked that we not kill them. And we said, we're not going to kill you. They were worried we'd kill them during the funeral. I mean, if you can believe it, what a crazy... Did you ever think I'd be doing this for a living, Marco? Did anybody ever think I'm doing, maybe Pete, but this wasn't supposed to be for me.
Okay, I don't know if I believe this either, what Iran International is reporting. I ain't buying this. This is why I take this again with a big pile. Hamas gives up Gaza government but not Iran ties. What the hell is that? Somebody want to make sense of that? That is, I got to keep an eye on this. The announcement dissolves Hamas' civilian governing body, but leaves unanswered questions whether the group is willing to surrender its weapons and relinquish control over Gaza's security apparatus. So they got this information from some person that is the Iran researcher at the Institute for National Security Studies. So it's commentary, obviously. But what? Say what? 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 Oh shit, 15 minutes ago. Iranian lawmaker Mahmoud Nabavian urged the Iranian negotiating team to burn the MoU in front of the world media cameras to send a clear message to President Trump. Oh my God. So some parliament lawmaker says, let us take the MoU and set it on fire in front of the press to show Trump that we're done. Jesus. What the heck? Oh, God. Here we go. 23 minutes ago. German Chancellor Friedrich Merz said Wednesday he told U.S. President Donald Trump that any agreement with Iran must be sustainable, but blamed Tehran for the latest violation of the interim ceasefire deal. Merz said Iran was responsible for the latest breach of the agreement. That's what they said last night. Helmet. That was reported last night. And hello, Helmet. Long time no see. Exactly. It is not surprising. 24 minutes ago, on a post on X, we need to find him. Let's see what this psycho is saying. I've never tried to find what he puts. Let me see if I can find this guy. It is. I don't know which one it is. There's a few of them. I don't know what his actual account is. Maybe it's this one? It can't be this one because this is old posts. Let me see if I can find this. I'll just read it. In a post on X, he said Iran's armed allies in the region are ready to fire in pursuit of revenge for the martyred leader. He warned that U.S. adventurism would receive an immediate response. Same old rhetoric. Check this out. You ready? 28 minutes ago. Iran will close the Strait of Hormuz in the event of any fresh attacks on the country and strike at least 2 enemy targets for every Iranian target hit. Press TV reported Wednesday, citing an informed source. The source said Iran would give a powerful response to any threat and would not distinguish between the United States and its regional partners. So that means the Arab states. Oh, good. You got his page? Oh, that's the German? Yeah. That's good for chat, though. Thank you, Diesel. Oh, shit. showed that clip earlier about they released the footage of when his compound was hit. So there's nothing really. What is that music? Do you hear it in the background? My God, when is this going to start? Now, Tusi won't cover the whole entire thing, I don't think. He's going to do more commentary. I want to hear this. I want to see this. Let's see what Tusi's talking about. Top IRGC officer killed. Trump declares Iran ceasefire over. IRGC officer killed as leaders move to bunker. Well, they came out for the funeral procession. Of course I know we got to know that they're watching them very carefully. Their movements back into the bunkers or whatever they're doing. So that's not a surprise. Really. We got eyes in the sky, Space Force, all kinds of shit, people on the ground. They're monitoring their movements. So this is what Tusi's going to be covering. And he's live in 35 minutes. At top of the hour. And, you know, it's pretty much what we've been talking about all morning. Based on the president's statements. You know what I mean? All right, JC, you have a wonderful day. And the same goes to you. Let me just see what you put here. Diesel. Oh, okay, him. The German chancellor. Yeah. I'm not going to even bother with what they have to say. Again, this is going to be interesting to watch. Because he's going to play a fine line. Erdogan, what he says when it comes to Iran. Really? I don't know how reliable this is as a source. The one that Diesel put into chat. The Hormuz report. I do not know. I've never looked at this one before. I cannot. Obviously, it's unconfirmed. Breaking. A source close to Iran's chief negotiator said Iran is preparing a massive coordinated strike on Israel. Hundreds of drones and missiles, including new, never-before-seen weapons, following intelligence that Israel could attack as early as today, per some Iranian outlets. The source pointed to Hegseth's abrupt Israeli trip cancellation and Trump's warning that he would probably hit them hard again tonight, as confirmation that escalation is imminent. The source also emphasized Netanyahu's political calculus. Facing October elections, he needs a show of strength, and a strike on Iran would boost his standing. Israel's refusal to withdraw from Lebanon and its willingness to act alone has convinced Tehran that an attack is coming. Iran is preparing accordingly. I think a lot of that is speculation. I mean, uh-oh. Oh, Jesus. Are you serious? Oh, come on now. What happened? Could you imagine they canceled this presser for something else? That something else is going on? The president had to... I don't think it's Erdogan. The president's attention has been drawn to something else right now? Uh-oh, it's back. I'll keep an eye on it. Let's keep an eye. That was weird. Maybe it was AP having an issue. Let me see if it's still... I gotta unmute it. That was weird. they've been fairly accurate thus far. You've been following them for a while. Well, if that's the case, that's interesting. I need to follow it. Uh-oh. What's happening?
Hey, what's up, bro?
I
changed the title, but I don't know if you can add some more stuff to it. I just put jailbreaker or jailbird since they both canceled on us.
All right, hold on. Let me go to the page. Well, I'm helping a lot in redoing this whole format for the show.
Yeah, Anna told me she talked to you. I think she texted me y'all talked yesterday.
Yeah, I mean, it's a.
We gotta figure something out, bro. I don't know what we're gonna do. We gotta figure something.
Oh, I believe me, I'm gonna make sure that it works out best for the future.
Okay.
Oh, I see you did it, but did you change them on all the destinations?
No, that's what I'm saying. If you want to change the front one, I don't think I can get into Rumble. You might have to go through a Rumble and change it.
I will have to do it. Yes, I have to do Rumble. Yeah. Did you put a description or is it generic? Okay, I got it.
I put a generic description in the front one, but not the other three. You see, like Will Krasner be held accountable, something like that, in his minions.
All right, as long as it's on the main ones.
But I didn't. They wanted me to type it on all of them, and I didn't. I only typed the title in on all of them.
Some of them you can't change once they're scheduled.
Well, LinkedIn didn't allow me. I had to actually
Yep.
LinkedIn and go back in it.
Yep. All right, let me see.
I didn't want to mess around with Rumble, so I didn't do anything with Rumble. I figured I would tell Anna to have you. I just saw a text from her, and I said, then as soon as I saw the text from her, I texted her back, but then I thought I had to miss call.
All right, I'm fixing the YouTube one. Select the category. I'm gonna put it as news. Hold on.
I wanted to actually add my Ulysses report on Rumble up to the show.
Then you could. Are you talking about the YouTube destination or is it Facebook?
Rumble.
Oh, on Rumble. We would have to. Let's work on that during the week.
Okay. Because I already set it up, and I just think, I said, okay, I'll add it to the screen too. And you said I can already add
You have to know how to fill out the Rumble stuff and fill that out, and I have to show you how to do that.
Okay, that's cool. We can do that during the week.
Yeah, because it's a little hard to do right now. I'm streaming live about Iran right now.
I'm glad he's doing that. I'm hoping he finishes.
But dude, that's what everybody else is saying. Everybody else, not for nothing, Jake. Do you have Teams?
What's Teams?
It's a replace Skype.
Text me something to it, and I'll try to set it up.
I would love to have you come on as a guest with me, talking about Iran and other things as a guest.
Okay, well, just send me the text, and then I'll do it.
And maybe even Greg because of his NCIS agent background.
Yeah, I was actually talking to people a couple of weeks ago, but I said, listen, Trump has to do this the way he was doing it. But Iran's not going to honor anything. But if he's going to do it, he needs to, at 6 days, it's got to be out. He has to finish them off before the end of July.
Yep.
I mean, totally. I actually used the end of July as my date. I said before the end of July, he has to totally finish off Iran.
And also before the midterms, because if the Democrats flip the House, they're gonna do everything they can to do everything to stop him from doing everything.
That's why I said what he has to do. This is before the first stop in the oil start going down. I said he has to do it before July. That gives him the months he needed because everybody's on vacation right now.
Yep.
When they come back in September, all the shit is over. Their prices is down. Iran is done.
Correct. I totally agree. It has to be done now.
It has to be done now.
All right, I'm gonna fix Rumble now with the title and the shit that you just redid it.
What do you think about my title? I think
That's good. That's good. I like it. I also told her, because Anna, I was talking to her, I need her to get me the information as soon as she can, even if it's in the weekend, so I can set up the streams and do it right.
That's what I told her. I told her we want to have everything decided by Friday. I know we used to
Yes.
Monday.
Yes.
I said by Friday, and that way we got to make edits so people cancel like they did today. Me and Greg got a chance to change the format and talk about some current issues, so we're not going flat with it.
Totally agree, dude. All right, I'm going to run, but at some point I would love for you or Greg or both of you to come on with me and we can discuss a lot of things with your, with your backgrounds.
Well, let's do this. Let's schedule something for me, you, and him to talk.
Yes.
By the end of the week.
All right, let's do that.
Okay.
All right, I'm gonna fix this up.
Okay, thank you, Bill.
Later.
See you, bro.
Bye. I'll have them come on with me. But these guys have a hell of a background. That's all I'm gonna say. A heck of a background. You don't even know one of them, and I don't want to talk too much. I'll let them talk about it themselves. He is... I'm going to be careful. One hell of a sharp shooter. I mean, this guy is off the scale. He participates in events, and he does a lot. And he ends up being in the top 3 finisher. I've seen videos of him doing it. It is unbelievable. What kind of a... And he was NCIS agent. His sniper capabilities are off the scale. Whew! All right, let me just fix this for them. I'll have them come on, and they'll talk about everything. We might have to do a special show talking about domestic issues, too. Let me just fix this for them. Okay, should be changed, the title. Let me refresh. There's still nothing going on. No press yet. I got it. It's done. But now I have to go and make sure that it's updated here. I'm going to remove Rumble. I'm going to re-add it. There we go. It worked. Perfect. Done. And you guys definitely would want to come in. Yeah, 2C's live in 30. You guys definitely want to be part of that conversation. Oh, Shin. See, Shin is a subscription. That's why I'm not going to pay to subscribe. It's not even my X account. I'm using his. Several persons departing. All heading is presumably a relocation on fear of airstrikes in Mehrabad Air Base in Tehran, Iran. Interesting. Interesting. Who put that post? Diesel. IGC claims the MoU is officially dead. I'm gonna put this on. Yeah, Iran watchers definitely. I follow them. The Islamabad agreement and MoU are officially dead, saying it is now has a clearer mandate to confront the U.S., Israel, and other allies and their allies across the region. Coming after the president declared the MoU was finished, the regime has now openly shifting from diplomacy to confrontation. This signals that Iran's leadership no longer sees negotiations as a primary path forward and is instead framing direct escalation in its new strategic course. The risk of further military action, proxy attacks, and broader regional conflict has risen significantly. Interesting. Thank you, Diesel, for putting these in. While we wait. Aftermath of U.S. strikes on vessels in Hormuz province. Do not watermark. I mean, give me a break. We should take them all out. We should have taken these out months ago. Just saying. I would take them all out. That's just me. I wouldn't leave anything floating. Okay, we got them all. Thank you, Diesel. Additional photos. You know that. That's for sure. Okay, this looks... Let's see. get rid of some of these pages. They claim they have shot down another drone. Again, unconfirmed, but I'm sharing it. What people are putting in what Diesel's putting in. Now, again, how do we know this is a photo from recent or old? Do you know what I mean? Speak the Truth is live right now. He's live. I just got the notification. So Matt is live. Just letting you guys know.
Because that's the consequence.
And we may put down the blockade.
So he's live. USA airstrike Iran, damage and footage. So Speak the Truth is live. I don't know if you guys know about Speak the Truth, but I'm going to put the link. That's Speak the Truth, because I'm subscribed to him, so I got the notification. If you guys want to go check that out. And Tusi will be live in about 21 minutes. Of course, IRGC has been rebuilding. We knew that. I hope all the same time the Iranian people are ready to take their country back. I hope. But remember, as we're saying all this, we've been down this path before. Haven't we? How many times have we thought that shit is about to hit the fan again? Only to find out they back down a little bit. You know what I mean? Yes, exactly. They've downed them in the past. How do we know when that is dated? You got to question everything that comes out from their side, obviously. There's no way to verify that that was a drone that was not photographed months ago. Absolutely. Absolutely. Russia and China have been help rebuild Iran's capacity and capability. Absolutely. That's why we have to put an end to this shit now. Because it's just going to continue to happen in the future. Probably be more at a rapid rate. Yeah, I agree. I don't know. Again, we have to see what the president's statements are after he does this Erdogan, and it's still nothing going on yet. This is a delay. This is like major. They could be talking behind the scenes before they go out in front of the press. Big time. There could be developments going on that we're not even aware. You know? Dude, Daryl. Daryl, I've been saying that, not about nuking, but I've been saying we should have been doing... In my opinion, the ceasefire never should have been put into place to begin with. But it did give the opportunity to try to reach some kind of a negotiation. And nobody can discount that they tried and tried and tried and tried to come up with some kind of a negotiation. But obviously, many of us, if not all of us, knew that this was never going to happen. I'd like to hear one person think that there was going to be a finalized deal after the MoU and they actually sat down to negotiate for real on the specifics, and the deal was going to be reached after God only knows how many months after that they were actually going to agree on paper to an actual deal. Because this is not a deal. The MoU is just to meet and negotiate. It's not a deal. It's just the terms on what they're going to discuss and certain conditions that have to be applied before they negotiate. So it's crazy. I never thought that actually that they would sit down during negotiations, like if it ever got to that stage, phase 2, and they would actually come to an agreement to some kind of deal, because Iran would never agree to it at the end of the day. That's just to buy time. Did anybody think that this was going to end up in an actual signed deal after 2, 3, 4 months? I mean, really? Exactly. You're dealing with terrorists. It's a terrorist regime. What's up, Gio? How are you? And their track record, I'm watching Still Nothing Live, Diesel. I got rid of the White House channel as I'm watching this one. There's still nothing going on. But 2C will be live soon. And usually, you see everybody's pretty much restless. You'll see when they think they get the word, because they do get the word, 2-minute warning or whatever. You'll start to see them scramble into position to get ready for the presser. They're all just like on their phones, and they're doing like live segments. You know, you could tell that they haven't gotten the word yet that they're about to come out. You know how that works. They usually get a 2-minute or whatever warning that it's about to start, to begin. And you can see people are just walking about. This guy's on his phone. You know, they're all just moving about. They're a little restless, waiting. You know, people are looking around, and when they get that warning, then they'll be in a position where they're ready. They'll all be seated wherever they're going to be and ready to be a part of this. So you could see they haven't gotten the word yet. You can tell when they do, because everybody scrambles to their seat. Yes, all that, Diesel. Yes, exactly. They test the mic. But remember, 2C's live. Speak the truth. My Tardio's live right now. So go watch 2C in 14 minutes. I am going to continue to stream just to see if this happens. Then I'll be done. Because I've been on for a little bit now. They increased my heart medication. Because they found can you imagine? Blood pressure a little too high. I mean, really? Was I surprised? So they increased my certain things. Blood pressure medication. Now I have to take Brilinta twice a day. And I was doing it once a day. So I got to be careful. Yeah, I have a heart issue. I was in the ER 3 years ago where they had to put a stent. I was actually in the backyard working on a tree branch with a chainsaw. Stopped, walked to the pool. I went into the pool. And I swear to you, the water did not feel right. It just didn't feel like I could feel the water. I can't even tell you. I can't explain it. I got out the pool, chest pain. I called the ambulance immediately. They got here within like 3-4 minutes. And he says, you know, they hooked me up with the EKG. You're not having a heart attack. But you could be having a massive one soon. I was like, oh my God. So as soon as I got into the ER, all these doctors came around me. They had put the freaking thing for the pads on me. I'm like, oh my God. Is this it? Is it over? No hesitation. They got me immediately into the cardiologist area, and they immediately put a stent. And I swear to you, I felt the pressure relieve when they unblocked it. It was instant relief. He said I had angina, blocked artery. So yeah. So I gotta be careful. And I was streaming from the hospital room. And the weird thing was, because I'm listed as a Catholic, he comes in. The priest comes in. I'm like, I made a joke. You're not coming to me, like, give me my last. He says, no. I'm just here to pray for you and be with you, support. I made a joke out of it because I was like, oh, shit. Anyway, enough of that. You know that feeling, John? Yeah, no more ICU live streams. Oh, my God. We've been seeing and mapping what moves so we can hit. They have a lot of fake sites, yes. Decoys, too. Still nothing. Still people moving about. Remember, Tusi's live in like 10 minutes. I don't want to watch Tusi and miss what these guys have to say. I'm really curious to see what the president and Erdogan say. So I'm going to stick here and watch. I can always watch what Tusi says later. All right. The people are now, looks like they're getting in position. I don't want to read too much into it. But now it looks like they've gone into their positions. You know, they're filming. So I don't know. Maybe it's about to begin shortly. Because you don't see people walking about now. They all look like they've gotten into their positions. Maybe they've gotten some... Exactly. I want to see what the president has to say. You've had it happen twice. That's interesting that you say that all up in your... No, they did not. They didn't go in the wrist. They went through the leg. That's why I had to stay overnight. Observation, because that's a serious wound. And I don't want to get graphic, but if you could bleed out. That's all I'm going to say. So they monitor you. They monitor the wound. So anybody who's been through that. I got a pain in my jaw, ladies out there. There's some women showing signs of heart attack. It rained there all night. It's been raining here for 2 days, but today's beautiful. I had over 4 inches of rain. Iran has just declared war with the United States and threatened to attack within. And they are like wild hyenas to do it too. Oh, shit. Where did you hear that from? Yes, Diesel, exactly. I didn't want to, I don't want to make this about me. Uh-oh. What did John send me?
What do I think about what? Ticketmaster. What do I think about Ticketmaster?
Oh, okay. He sent me something else. Ticketmaster gouges. That's what I think about Ticketmaster. It looks like it might start soon. Because everybody got to their seats now. You see that? It looks like it just might start. Where did you hear that, Mom? About Iran has just declared war with the United States. Not for nothing, this is NATO summit. I think those that are there and not there are definitely going to pay attention to this presser. You know what I mean? You know the Iranians are. Especially with their buddy Erdogan there, talking to the president. Erdogan may, believe it or not, try to convince the president not to take any military action against Iran. You know that, right? Obviously. How much you want to bet money on that? He's trying to speak to the president to convince him not to take any military action to try to keep the ceasefire in place. I think that's a no-brainer. You know? It's going to be interesting to get the feel of what they say when they come out. Exactly. Erdogan, but he says he's a buddy, you know? The president says Erdogan is a close ally and a friend of the United States. I mean, that's what he says publicly. He said it earlier. Because he was asked a question about Israel and Turkey. But what they say publicly is one thing. What goes on behind closed doors is a whole different thing. We know that. Exactly. That's why I brought up the Ottoman Empire earlier today and showed the old Ottoman Empire map, Daryl. I showed that earlier. A lot of people don't realize the historical value of that Ottoman Empire reference. Yeah, it's the same way here. Alexa, what is the current dew point?
Right now, it's 67 degrees dew point. Today's range is 64 to 68.
Not bad.
Tomorrow's looking a bit stickier at 68 to 73.
And what's the high temperature today?
Today's high is 86 degrees. It feels like 94 though, so it'll be pretty toasty out there.
The pool water was 89 degrees at the height of the heat wave. It's in the mid 70s now, if not low 70s, because of that cold or cool rain. What a difference.
Wow, that's quite a temperature swing.
Alexa, stop.
From 8
Remember, Tusi's going to be live any minute. 5 minutes. Yeah, that's true, Daryl. They have long memories. I did put the map up, though. I did earlier. I hope this starts soon, because I got things I got to do. I got to get Mom prepared for her doctor appointment follow-up tomorrow. Agenda TV mentioned something about it, but then we've already heard from them before. Yeah. See, usually, John, but again, we've been down this before. He might say, we're going to take out this and do this, and then later in the afternoon, he pulls back. He backs down a bit. So that's why I'm careful not to get too, I don't want to use the wrong word, too confident that he's actually going to do something in Iran tonight. Because I've been there on this path, and so are all of you, that he says one thing, and then hours later, he backs down a little bit. We're still triple-digit heat index and high humidity in southeast Texas. Oh my God, my pool water was 89 degrees and it was gross. It was gross. I'm serious. I didn't even want to go in the pool. Yes. Anti-ship missiles. I saw that, Nick. I saw that. See, now look at them. They're now, again, they're all taking pictures. They're moving around again. So this doesn't look like this is imminent. I would suggest you guys go check out Tusi. He's live in 3 minutes. Speak the Truth. Matt Tardio is live right now. There's other places you can go watch stuff right now. I'm just saying. All they do during ceasefire is rearm. Totally. But Darryl, we've been saying that. The ceasefire should never have been put in place. Because the ceasefire was put in place thinking that the strait was going to be immediately open, and Iran did not. If you remember. So, look. the United States has to forcefully open up that strait. One way or another, we have to open up that strait and take that shit out of Iran's cards. They're done. You take that strait away from them, they are done. That's their only leverage. Think about it. That's their only leverage, is the strait. They're holding the world hostage. And that's why other countries should have an interest in this too. There's a lot of ways to look at this. All right. And I obviously cannot play Tusi's stream. I want to keep an eye on this. So, guys, Tusi's live. He's live any minute. Like, within a minute. Tusi's live. Okay, there's more things coming out on Telegram. Now what? Nothing important. Nothing relevant on Telegram. It's commentary. Spokesman said U.S. military hit 80 targets. Yeah. Yes, I agree with you guys. President Trump finished the job. Take it out. And in a weird way, not really a weird way, when they all came out for the funeral of the Supreme Mouse, you know we were watching every movement where they went back to their holes. There's intelligence on the ground. Tusi is now officially live, by the way. Tusi's live. Just letting you know, Tusi is live right now. The outdoor bathtub. That's funny. Go enjoy. This has to end. And sadly, you know, there may be casualties, whatever. I hate, but that's just part of it. But we gotta end this. We gotta put an end to this. We gotta just remove this regime and all the leadership. All of it. And that's what I'm saying. They have intelligence on the ground, whether it's ours, Israeli. We've got the eyes in the sky, Space Force, drones, whatever you want to say. We are definitely monitoring every movement. All these fuckers came out of their hole to participate in the funeral and now maybe have gone back to their holes. Well, I'm sure that we know where a lot of these individuals are now. Exactly. But you know we are. And they know we are. They do know. That's why they're hiding. But it's time to take it to the next level and wipe all, like, he even mentioned about cancer. The president referred to the term cancer. Have we not said you don't take a piece of the cancer, you remove the entire cancer? That's right. That's what I said. Intelligence on the ground. Exactly, Thomas. That's what I said. The intelligence on the ground. And the resistance on the ground taking out what Tusi's probably going to talk about, IRGC leaders. So the resistance is doing their part, what they can. It may go unnoticed, but Tusi makes sure that it doesn't go unnoticed. They are taking out IRGC commanders, and they're doing that too. You know, so there's a lot going on here. And we can only imagine, and I'm sure, somehow, some way, we are arming the resistance. Now, I cannot verify that, But I would not be surprised if we're arming them somehow, some way. Do you know what I mean? That would make sense. So, I guess time will tell. I'm taking out, like I said in the beginning, I'm sorry. And I am not a person that promotes death and destruction, like to harm and kill. But you got to go after this leadership. You've got to go after all these parliamentary members, these hardliners, the clerics, the IRGC, and even the new mouse. I'm going after all of it. Because that will cause absolute breakdown and chaos within the country. Because now you do not have any command control or infrastructure as far as government. That makes them super vulnerable, and that could be the opportunity where people desert. There's no command and control. Now they're just scrambling. It's chaos, and that could be the opportunity Iranian people could rise up. You remove all the names that you hear about. Ghalibaf. I'm serious. All of them. All of them. And as many as you can. You'll see how fast that shit turns into chaos and collapse. Because there's no infrastructure left within the government. Within the different factors. The parliament, the assembly of experts, the fucking judiciary, the IRGC, the mouse. You disrupt that as a whole. It's collapse and chaos. Who else is going to be the ones giving the orders and dictating terms? And that's the way. You want to see shit happen quick? That's how you do it. That's just my opinion. Navy Mom, how are you? That's just my opinion. And it's been my opinion since the beginning. I should go. Uh-oh. Wait. Is it happening? They're getting their cameras. Let's go. Here we go. I'm muting.
That's a lot of press. Wow. Well, it's important stuff.
The audio is so bad. I'm going to try to compensate.
They've all become stars, superstars actually. But we want to thank you very much. We've had a tremendous time and I think a great success. And we just concluded a very successful NATO summit here in Turkey. And I want to thank President Erdogan, who's really a great man. He's a great leader. He's a friend of mine, been a friend of mine for a long time. He's a strong person. Very strong personality.
I have my audio all the way up. There's nothing I can do.
Good country, and really a great country. Militarily, he's very powerful. People leave him alone. But he's really done a fantastic job. And from the moment we got off the plane, you look at the airports were beautiful. They built a new terminal for our arrival. Everything was beautiful. And so I just want to thank President Erdogan, who's done a fantastic job in Turkey. And I also want to thank NATO Secretary General Mark Rutte. Mark is an extraordinary person, smart, great leader. It's not easy leading so many leaders like that. You got a lot of leaders, and they're strong personalities, every one of them. And Mark does an unbelievable job. Couldn't find anybody better. I just want to say there was tremendous love in that room. The press got to see the sitting, but they didn't get to see the speaking. And I actually said, it's too bad the press couldn't see this, because every one of them spoke for a little while, and I spoke for a little while. And it's a lot of speeches. We kept it short. But it's too bad the press couldn't have seen what we were doing in that room, because it was very smart people, and they have a lot of good in their heart, not evil, good. And they're doing a great job for their country. The world is doing well. We have, as you know, the oil is down. We'll see whether or not we keep it down. We should keep it down. We're doing things that should have been done 47 years ago with Iran. And I just want to say that throughout my first term and over the past 18 months, the United States has led a historic effort to dramatically increase the defense spending and to have equipment that no other country in the world has. When you look at Venezuela, when you look at Iran, essentially demolished their military in a couple of weeks. They had a good military, they had a good navy, they had 159 ships, everyone's at the bottom of the sea. They had hundreds of airplanes, they're all gone. They were all lying burned up on the runways. They were totally decimated. Their radar's gone. Everything's gone. Their leaders are gone, frankly. And their combat capability is pretty low. They have a small percentage of missiles left. They have some of the launchers, missile launchers left, call them launching pads, but most of that's been destroyed too. So we have the strongest military in the world by far, not even close. Everybody admits that. Last year's summit in the Netherlands was great also, and we achieved an unprecedented agreement to increase the annual defense spending, and it's the benchmark, raising it from 2% to 5% of GDP, which everybody said was impossible. And now they're all thanking me, and most of the countries have agreed to it. We have a couple of that didn't, but I have a feeling they're going to, and pretty quickly. In fact, today they were very positive. One of them in particular was, I didn't think a good team player. Today was a great team player. As all of the leaders understand very well, the United States remains by far the largest contributor to NATO, monetarily and maybe otherwise, and the strongest military anywhere in the world. And they respect us as a country. Again, they didn't respect us 2 years ago. They laughed at us. NATO laughed at us. Everybody laughed at us. They don't laugh anymore. There's no more laughing. This year we invested a record $1 trillion in our armed forces, and we're going to be asking for $1.5 trillion coming up. We have the money being spent on the best equipment anywhere in the world. In the working session this morning, we discussed the progress other members are making toward the 5% target, and they're making great progress. Many of these countries are very rich, by the way. We don't have to feel sorry for them. But it doesn't mean they're properly protected. There's a big difference. Some have truly answered the call, and others are making big changes and will be answering the call. I think I can say in all cases they're going to be answering the call. And we'll be taking in over $1 trillion a year toward defense. And that's a tremendous amount of money. It's a big up. They were at 2%. They were actually at 1%. I got them to 2%. Then I wanted to get them to 5%. And we got up to 5% the last time. And they're, just again, if you could have seen the respect and the love in the room, and it's love really for the country, for our country. I don't want to say me because you'll say, oh, he's so conceited. He's such a conceited person. But they do. I mean, they like the job I'm doing. They said, sir, we love you. These are grown people saying that. Isn't that nice? Maybe, I don't know, maybe they're trying to get to me. And in a way they did, because there was tremendous unity in that room. And I urge all nations to accelerate their plans to get the benchmark as quickly as possible. The benchmark is going to be that 5% number. That's the number it should have been for years. As a result of the commitment we achieved last year, defense spending of other NATO members surged by more than almost $150 billion in 2025, and much of that money is being spent on American-made equipment. They all want American-made equipment. We're pushing very hard to have the defense companies, and they're great. We make the best equipment, the Patriots and the Tomahawks, and everything we have is considered to be the best. Not by me, it's everybody wants it. I wish we made it faster because we could sell as much as we could make. And as you know, I had Lockheed and Every one of the companies, all of the companies who are Raytheon as an example, Boeing, so many of those great companies are now building plants. They had big plants, but they were using them 24/7. I said, that's not the way to do it. You have to build more plants. You don't have to just go overtime. No tax on overtime. Remember that, please? No tax on overtime. Those people are happy. But they were doing literally 24 hours to get the Tomahawks done and the Patriots done and all of the other defensive and offensive equipment done. It's the most sought after equipment in the world. You saw that with Venezuela, where they had a lot of great equipment. It wasn't ours, and it didn't work. Our equipment works, but we have to produce it faster for other countries. For everybody, including ourselves, we have to produce it faster. So we think within a year and a half max, we'll be, instead of waiting for a year or 2 years, we'll be having it on a 2-week wait, maybe a 1-week wait. That's what I want. And it'll do really well. A lot of people are, just waiting. They're waiting. They want to get this defensive equipment, maybe in particular the defensive equipment, but offensive and defense. As much of that money is being spent on American-made equipment. That's the money that the European and Canada are spending, European countries mostly, and Canada. And they're spending that with the United States, largely. And it's American-made, made in the USA, as we say. Weapons, munitions, supporting thousands of American jobs. This will increase. We have the highest number of jobs. Right now, we have the most people working in the United States that we've ever had in the history of our country. We have the biggest investment ever made, $19.2 trillion. That's 6 times more than we've ever had. Think of it, 6 times more. And what did that were tariffs. Without the tariffs, I think we would have done fine, like at about 2 or 3. The last administration had much less than $1 trillion invested for 4 years. We have $19.2 trillion invested in 1 year. We haven't gone into the extra almost a half a year, 1.5 years. Those numbers won't come out for a little while. So we have 19.2 trillion, not billion, not million, trillion with a T, invested in plants and equipment that's being built all over the country. Eli Lilly is building plants, big drug, Merck, all of them. The drug companies are building. The car companies are building like crazy. In fact, as you probably saw a big announcement yesterday, Toyota is leaving Mexico, and they're going to build one of the biggest car manufacturing plants in the world in Texas. That's because of the tariffs, because we don't mind if you build in Mexico, but if you build in Mexico, you have to pay 25% tariff. If you build in Japan, or if you build in any place, now China is a much higher tariff. It's just 100% tariff, because we don't want to lose our jobs. We don't want to have our workers lose their jobs. We have the largest number of plants being built for the most money ever in the history of our country. Car plants, AI plants, and all other plants, pharmaceutical plants, chips. We're not giving anything. All we're saying is, if you don't start, we'll give them 1.5 to 2 years to build their plant. If they don't have that, they have to pay 100%, 200%, even 250%. If they make a chip, or if they make a car, if they make pharmaceuticals. So the pharmaceutical companies are moving in at record levels. There's never been anything like what's happening. Let me put it a different way, put it to you in a more broad fashion. There has never been anything like has happened with this country or any other country in the history of the world. There has never been growth. There's never been manufacturing plants being built. We have so many being built. And in the big ones, like AI, some of the AI, we let them build their own electric plants. We force them to build. We don't want it, because the old grid that we have wouldn't be able to supply. They need, just as an industry, more energy than the entire country produces right now, when you think of it, which is incredible. So take all of the energy that the United States produces, and that one industry, which is so big, so powerful, it needs more than that. In fact, some people say almost double. So this was my idea. I said, you can never service that. You can't reinvigorate the grid. You can make it better, but nothing like that. You wouldn't be able to build. And we're leading China in AI, in just about everything. But we're leading China in AI. Even in TikTok, I was watching somebody say, oh, the TikTok deal, it's so bad for, well, because they say the deal was incredible, but they think the word that gets out is bad, except the numbers just came out, and I'm #1 on TikTok, and all I do is talk about communism, right? So it's sort of good. I used it to get elected, too. But, you have to get your word out. But the numbers came out just a little while ago, and I was #1, some ridiculous number. I'd never heard of numbers like that, but #1. And all these entertainers are number 27, 29. It's crazy. I don't even understand myself. But that means that my word's getting out about how great our country is, how successful our country is, and how bad communism is, and how bad these lunatics are that are running for election that don't sound good, don't think good, and don't look good. I don't see any looker. I don't see anybody with the look. You need the look, I guess. You need something, but they don't have it. And I think they'll fade fast. And it's not social democrats. This is not a social These are communists that are running. And they don't want God. They don't want successful things to happen for our country. They don't want to have a successful country. I think they're sort of crazy. As European nations rebuild their militaries, American equipment will be the largest beneficiary. The defense companies are going to be making most of that equipment. They want the American equipment because it works better. It's not a question of anything else. We make the best equipment in the world. And to that end, I provided other leaders with an update on the steps we're taking to rapidly scale up production in the United States. And they wanted to hear that because they don't really want to get it in 4 years, 5 years. They want to get it like in a week. And we'll actually be at a point like that in the not too distant future with the plants that are being built. The defense plants, it's incredible. Lockheed is building, I think, 5. Some of them are building 3, 4, or 5, and they're big ones. It's going to quadruple the output of we have with the munitions and the basic equipment itself, whether it's a Patriot or a Tomahawk missile or any of the missiles that we make many missiles, different types, for different occasions. And just today at the summit, we announced $3 billion of new defense investments with U.S. companies. And Lockheed Martin will establish a world-class Patriot missile sustainment facility, a big deal in Europe. They're given a tremendous incentive by Europe to do that. All goes to the benefit of us and Europe because they're getting the best equipment. Northrop Grumman is moving forward with the sale of advanced American drone technology. We're actually the leader in drone tech. A lot of people don't know that. We have the most sophisticated drones in the world. And we're a real, I guess we're the leader, but we'll soon be the leader by many times over. And Lockheed and Rheinmetall are announcing a partnership to build the Army Tactical Missile Systems, which is a big deal. And Anduril is announcing a deal to build their new Barracuda missiles, which is a very highly sophisticated, fast missile, and we're doing that for Poland. Poland's doing very well, by the way, with a very, very good president, great president, I think. All of these agreements directly benefit the U.S. defense industry base, and what it really does is it means jobs. And again, I have to just say that when Toyota announced yesterday, I wasn't that surprised, but everybody wanted to get that. That's the largest, I think it's going to be the largest plant in the world, car plant, and they're moving into the United States. And again, they're doing that to avoid paying the tariff, because if you build your product here, you pay no tariff. If you don't, you pay a 25% tariff, depending, 35% sometimes 100%, 200%, depending on what the product is. As an example, we're doing great on steel because we charge tariffs. So now all of a sudden the steel industry, which was absolutely dead a few years ago, I revived it in my first term, pretty good. And then they blew it in the Biden term. What a shame. They just blew it right out the window. They had no idea what they were doing. And I quickly revived it at the beginning of this term, year and a half. and the steel business is through the roof. We don't even make aluminum anymore. Now we're going to have the largest aluminum plant in the world being built in Oklahoma. I love Oklahoma. 77 out of 77 counties, 3 times, and it's great. It's a great state. They're going to be building the largest aluminum plant in the entire world in Oklahoma. It's starting very soon. Over the course of the past 2 days, I had a number of excellent discussions with other leaders at the summit and held productive bilateral meetings with essentially all of them. We had dinner last night, just about all of them were there. President Erdogan of Turkey, as well as President Zelensky, and he just came in, as you probably saw, had a little press conference, and also President al-Shara of Syria, who's doing an unbelievable job in unifying Syria. What a job he's doing. Syria was a mess with what happened with the previous government, you know that. Very dangerous place, and now it's just come together. He's done a fantastic job. People are talking about it. In every conversation, it was clear that America is back, and we're stronger and bigger and better than ever before. We have more jobs, as I said, than ever before. And we're respected again like maybe never before. We are so respected as a country. That's why I wish I told the Secretary General, Mark, I said, it's too bad the press could not see what's happening in this room. You saw the big round circle with all of the leaders of all of those countries. And I don't know, I think they should allow it. The theory is that they won't be speaking quite as freely, and it won't be quite as good, but who knows? It was amazing, actually. The unity in that room was incredible. Really a love. It was sort of pretty wild. There was a love in that room that was great. So this was a tremendously successful summit. And again, I want to thank President Erdogan, Turkey, and so many of the presidents, prime ministers. They were all here from NATO, the NATO countries. And in particular, we have to thank the Secretary General Mark Rutte for doing a fantastic job. He really put on a tremendous, his was just something, he's a unifier. He's a tremendous unifier. So I could take a few questions. We've done a few of these already today, so I don't think we should take too many. I don't think we should take, right? So we're going to keep it a little bit short, and I know a lot of you are going home. Some are going with me. So go ahead, please. Sir, yes. Yes. No. The gentleman right here. The very tall gentleman who's very insecure. He doesn't want to ask the question. He's a handsome guy, but he's very insecure. Go ahead. Do you want to shout it out? Give him a mic. How about giving him a mic? He shouted it out.
Seems to be a strategic dead end for you. Why are you apparently unable to end the Iran war?
So I think we're doing just the opposite. The Iran war has been a tremendous military success. And, you know, I can only answer the question by saying they're not going to have a nuclear weapon. I think I was there for one reason, that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon. I call it, we denuclearize Iran, and that's happened. They will never have a nuclear weapon. That stuff is so far down under a mountain. It's a granite mountain that collapsed on top of it. Take months to get it out. I think it's a tremendous success, Iran. And you see the oil prices are lower than they were when I started. And people like to say that, but look, they have no military left. Their Air Force is gone. As I said, their ships are gone. 159 ships are gone. They're at the bottom of the sea. Their radar is gone. Everything's gone. So when you say not a success, it's a tremendous success. The fake news likes to say how well they're doing. They're doing terribly. They have 350% inflation. When the war started, they had like 6%, 5%. They want to make a deal, but they don't know how to make a deal, and then they go around shooting ships at night. I don't like that. You know, they're dealing with very fine people. They're dealing with Steve Witkoff. They're dealing with Jared Kushner and J.D. Vance, and they're dealing with Marco and Scott. They're dealing with great people, but I don't know. I think they're a little loco. They're a little crazy. But they told us they'd like to go to the funeral of of a very a person who killed a lot of people. Khomeini killed a lot of people over the years, and there for a long time. Don't forget, what we did should have been done 47 years ago. It could have been done any time within 40. This has gone on for, they were the bully of the Middle East. So they're a much different country. Now, in one day, all of their anti-aircraft things are gone. That doesn't mean they're not going to get a plane at some point. But all of it's gone. Everything's gone. Their leaders are gone. They had leaders, they're gone. And they had another set of leaders, they're gone. Now they have another set of leaders, they may be gone. Who knows? And you know what? I may be gone too, because I'm their number one target. It's out all over the place. I'm their number one, because they're scum. That's the way they act, and that's the way they've done it for 47 years. But I'm doing what's right for the country. I'm doing really what's right for the world. They have to be stopped. And they've killed thousands, hundreds of thousands of people. They killed 52,000 protesters over the last 3 months. So when you say we're not doing well, I think we're doing phenomenally well. Our military has been incredible. Plus, we had a blockade. Did we have a blockade? Did you ever see a blockade work that way? You know, for you that said we're not doing well there. We did great in Venezuela. That was a one-day war, and they're very good military. You know, it's a very military country. We took out one of the worst human beings in the world, Maduro, and he's in jail waiting for trial. But what he did to this country was incredible, including the fact not only the drugs, but he had people pour into the country from prisons. They opened up their prisons. They allowed them to come in. We're getting them out. We're getting them all out. But we have, with the Biden open border policy, with Kamala as your border czar. Remember, she was a border czar, but she never called Border Patrol, never once, and she never went to the border. The border was a disaster. Now it's fixed. It's fixed where we have nobody, and I don't do these numbers. 0 people come in through our border, through our southern border. 0. And that's been announced now every month for the last 12 months, 0. We had millions of people come in, under 25 million people, I think more than that under Biden. And they weren't people that you want, and for the most part, they were drug dealers. They were escaped from, think of it, all the prisons, and I'm not just talking about from South America, I'm talking about from the Congo, I'm talking about from all over the world. The prisons were emptied out. They were emptied out into our country. But they had the worst murderers. We had people allowed in our country that should never, and they walked in through an open border policy. And all I'm saying is that you're lucky we won this election. Yeah, please. Go ahead. Go ahead. No, yes, go ahead. Who you with? Why don't you say your name and who you're with? It's always helpful.
Thank you, Mr. President, for doing this. Iris Tao with NTD, with a sister media with the Epoch Times.
Okay.
On communism, you've been issuing a wake-up call to Americans at home about the dangers of communism. And now you're speaking on the world stage. What's your message to people both living under communist and socialist regimes, but also people living under democracies like in Europe and America who might not have realized how close communism has come to home?
Yeah, that's a great question, actually. But look, I want to get the word out because what's forming is communism in the country. And communism's easy to sell. I would be the greatest communist in history. I'd be right up there with Lenin. I'd be as good as anybody. You've got free rent for the rest of your life. What they don't say is that you'll be living in squalor in 12 months. You've got a free house. Would anybody like to have a free house? We'll take it away from somebody. We'll give it to you. You'll have murders all over the place. Communism's a disaster. It's been proven to be for thousands of years under different names, but same thing. It's very important. And, you know, it's funny. One of the reasons I do so well with Hispanic people, I set a record, Republicans. I get great numbers for the election, helped me get elected in a landslide. The Hispanics, because a lot of them came from countries that were essentially communist. You know, whether you call them radical socialists or communists is not that much, but there's a little difference. When they say social democrats, we're social democrats, it sounds so nice. It's not nice, it's a very dangerous term. So I do talk about it, and I talk about it on TikTok, and I talk about it everywhere. I talk about it here. And you're right, it has become international, but it's never worked, and it's not going to work. What is working is the United States. So think of it, we have more jobs than we've ever had. People are making more money than they've ever made. I'm talking about workers now. I'm talking about workers. They're making higher salaries than they've ever made before. It's just the best system, and it's got flaws, but everything's going to have a little flaw, but it's been amazing. And when I watch what's happening, and I see these lowlifes I mean, they're lowlifes. I watch them. I know good people. I know quality people. These are essentially lowlifes. And when I see what they're talking, I think they're very dangerous in many ways. And I've said it, and then I said, boy, that's a pretty big statement. Then I realized, a couple of people said, I think you're probably right. I think this country, with this thing that's going around, is in more danger than it was during World War I, World War II. If you talk about September 11th, if you talk about Pearl Harbor, that was big danger. I think the concept of us going communist, because one thing that happens when you go communist, you never come back, never comes back. You die in squalor. You die a horrible death. You die in squalor, and it gets very evil and very nasty. Yeah, please, go ahead.
Mr. President, Tyler Pager with the New York Times. Last month you said Iranian leaders were very rational people, nice people to deal with, strong people, smart people. Today you said they were scum, sick people, and being led by sick people. What changed, and do you think
I got to know them. So I've said that about a lot. Now, when you say rational, I think they're much more rational than level 1, level 2. Level 1 is gone, level 2 is gone. This is level 3. I think they are more rational, but based on their actions over the last week or two, they're not doing a service to the people. And I think more than anything else is I got to know them. And I'm not sure I want to make a deal with them. We can play games, but I'm not sure I want to make a deal. Let's just finish the job. Yeah, please, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. President. Steve Sedgwick from CNBC. The oil markets are up today, around about 7% for WTI and Brent as well. The world is taking you at your word, sir, that the MoU is over, that the ceasefire is over. What happens next, sir? Are we on the cusp of a full-scale return to full conflict?
I'll tell you what happens next. We're never going to see Iran have a nuclear weapon, because that's much more important than the numbers you're talking about. The prices of oil are dropping like a rock. Now they'll be up a little bit, and this will end very quickly. We have an oil glut right now because we got all those boats out of the Strait, and it's going to drop, and I've predicted everything. I've been right about everything, and I have been for a long time. That's how I got to be president 3 times. That's how I won 3 elections. I did very well in the second one, won it. It was a rigged election, but I've been right, and oil's coming down. Now, I have to make sure of one thing, that we don't have lunatics having control over nuclear weapons. So we have that now. There's no way they have a nuclear weapon. We have cameras, as an example, on the site that those beautiful B-2s at 1 o'clock in the morning 10 months ago blew up. They blew it up. We have cameras, that's called Space Force, if they're in space. But we have cameras that can read the badge of the person going over to a site. Mohammed something. We say it's Mohammed something is there with shovels. Well, shovels won't get you there. The biggest machinery in the world probably won't get you there, if you want to know the truth. It's way, way below. But we're watching that. And if anybody goes there, they get blown up. So nobody's going to touch that. Eventually we'll take it. But what we do have is we have that. That's gone. If we wouldn't have had that, they would have had a nuclear weapon, and they would have wiped out Israel. If I weren't president, Israel wouldn't exist. And we did it 2 times. When the JCPOA, the Obama deal, when that was originally conceived, everything went to Iran. $1.7 billion in cash, hundreds of billions of dollars. They thought they could buy peace with these people. You can't do that. So the big thing we have is, more important than anything we can talk about, is you can't let lunatics have nuclear weapons, and we've stopped that. And that should have been stopped on a couple of other occasions, too, with different countries, but they didn't do that. Yeah, please.
North Korea.
Stephen Nelson from the New York Post. I'd like you to address speculation that you're leaving Ankara not in the new Air Force One because of security concerns involving Iran. You've spoken today twice about them possibly assassinating you and possibly being successful. Did that concern have something to do with it?
Well, I speak about it a lot because, You know, the life of a president is very dangerous. It's 5.2%. You know what a race car driver is? 1/10 of 1%. A bull rider, that looks pretty dangerous to me. It's 1/10 of 1%. No, it's 5.2% is you don't make it. You should have told me you're an excellent reporter. You should have told me that years ago. Maybe I wouldn't have run. It's a very dangerous profession. No, I'm number one on the kill list for Iran. They're lovely people. I'm number one. So I don't know. I can't tell you that, but I don't really care because I'm doing my job and I'm doing it, I hope, better than anybody's ever done it because we have a country that's hot and really, really successful. But I mention it only because it's on the list. I mean, it came out. There was another list came out yesterday, and I'm number one on. I like being number one on TikTok better, but I'm number one on the list for killing. Go ahead.
Hey, Sean McCreesh, New York Times. But why aren't you flying the new plane home?
Say what?
Why aren't you flying on the new Air Force One home?
It's flying to Europe, to one of the big bases, 2 or 3 of the big bases, where we can show it to the people. And we'll be going home by normal methods. But we have it going to Europe to a couple of bases, actually one in particular, but it's going to go to a couple of bases, stop, so the soldiers can see it because it's truly magnificent. Yeah, please. Go ahead. Do you want to go? Okay, go ahead.
Mr. President, Harici Media, Tunç Akkoç, Türkiye. Mr. President, it seems that the war with Iran may start again. What do you expect from your European allies?
I don't think it's going to start again. I think it's going to go very quickly. They hit a couple of ships, and so we hit them much harder. When they hit, we hit 10 times harder. You know, we hit much harder than they do. We have a lot better equipment than they do. We may even, somebody asked before, do you think you'll hit them tonight? I said, we might, yeah, we might. But when they hit, we hit, you know. It's what we use their language, we speak their language. No, I don't think so. I think anything that happens is going to be over very quickly. And we'll only make it safer, including for oil. Oil is going to be very free, very easy, and it's going to happen very fast. We have the Hormuz Strait, the boats have pulled out. I mean, there's a gusher of oil right now. We have a lot of oil. And no, anything that happens is going to happen very fast. We're not looking for long term. Okay, go ahead, Red.
You said today that countries...
You're with who?
MS Now.
MS Now. That's a failing network. Why would you want to work for them? MS Now. Can you imagine? They wanted to get away. They took the name NBC because they were embarrassed by it. Go ahead, let's go. When do you hear this question?
You said today that countries like Spain, Italy, and the UK were not there for the U.S. and its war with Iran. Should those countries be attacked, will the U.S. be there for them?
Well, I'll tell you what. Number one, Spain has been very bad, but, you know, Italy's been good, and almost all of the countries have been good. They just had a bad moment. They didn't help us. We didn't need their help, but if we would have wanted their help, I said, by the way, if I want help, Sir would rather remain on the sidelines, and I didn't like that answer. UK gave an answer that was sort of weirder than that. They went out. I said, would you like to help? They said, we do, but we want to wait till the war is over. This was not in the spirit of Winston Churchill. So, yeah, I mean, I'll tell you what, I can only say if there's one word that comes out of today, it's unification. I've never seen anything like it. Every one of those countries, they love us, they love each other. That was tremendous unification. It was a nice thing to say, and it was a very fair question, too. Yeah, green? Yeah, you're wearing green, right?
Thank you, Mr. President. Eda Turul from Haber Global TV, Turkey. Mr. President, after your meeting with President Erdogan, can you tell us whether you and President Erdogan reach an understanding on Turkey's return to the F-35 program and the future of U.S.-Turkey defense cooperation? And do you believe U.S.-Turkey relations are entering a new chapter right now?
Well, I had a great relationship in my first term. You remember Pastor Brunson, and he was put in jail for 35 years, and I called. He was an evangelical hero, actually, very good man. And I called President Erdogan and he let him out. I didn't pay anything like Obama and Biden pay billions of dollars all the time. I never paid any for anybody. I just tell them, let him out. Let him out. But in this case, I didn't say it the second way. I said it the first way. I said, look, he's a good man. He's highly respected in the evangelic, and I'd like you to let him out. And he was in my office, in the Oval Office the following day, Pastor Brunson. I had a great relationship. When Sleepy Joe Biden got in, bad things happened with a lot of things between the border. Everything was bad. We were laughed at all over the world, and we had a very bad relationship with a lot of countries. I think Turkey was one of those countries. But that changed on November 5th when we had the election. And it's one of our best relationships. We have a great relationship. And they're talking about the F-35 airplane, and it's the best plane, and everybody wants it. And we have to make a decision who we give it to. I mean, my inclination, because he stayed out of, he's not a huge fan of Bibi, and he's not a huge fan of Israel, but he stayed out of that war. He could have gone into that war very easily, and he didn't. At my request, he stayed out of that war. He's been a very good ally. I mean, Marco could tell you we have a very strong relationship with Turkey. You know, it's a very big country. It's a very powerful militarily. It's the second most powerful country in NATO. It's a NATO country. So whether or not we do that, I haven't totally made up my mind. But my inclination is to say, look, he's done everything. He's helped us in so many different ways. And you know who else has been good to us? China. China never came into the war. They get 50% of their oil from Hormuz Strait. They never came into the war. They never said, I'm going to send a ship in 5 destroyers along each side of the ship. They never did. No, President Xi's been great. Everyone's been sort of great, to be honest. You know why? Because they respect our country again. They laughed at our country. They thought we were a bunch of fools. They saw a president that couldn't talk, he couldn't walk. He was a disaster. They lost respect for our country, but now they have more respect for our country than they've ever had before. Thank you all very much. We'll see you back. Thank you very much, everybody.
First of all, why are you asking security questions about him flying out of Ankara when this threat exists? Like they're gonna tell you how they're gonna fucking leave Ankara? I mean, Jesus Christ. That is like ridiculous to ask that question to me. I think it's ridiculous. That's why I said earlier, the security for him better be at all-time high while he's in Turkey. And he brought it up. He's aware of the threat. And you see how he's nonchalant about it. But he's aware of the threat. And to say, well, how are you leaving Ankara if you're not using Air Force One, the new one? Like, he's going to fucking tell you how he's going to leave? I mean, what is wrong with people? Another thing that was interesting on how he made this sound like this was a great NATO meeting. Unity, love in the room. Let's see if NATO does something more than words and action. I found that interesting. Maybe there was some kind of an agreement that we may not be aware of behind closed doors. I found that interesting. You know? Exactly. Why would you ask about his security? That was like, what? And he knows he's on their hit list. And that's why he knows he calls them lunatics and scum and everything, because he knows. He knows the threat directly toward him. Now, does he take it personal, or is he doing it for the best interest of the country overall? Maybe a combination of both. But he knows. He knows what the threat is. And I think he knows they're lunatics. He's saying it. They are lunatics. I can't negotiate with these lunatics. They fucking put a hit on me. These same people that we've been negotiating with, they're trying to Take me out. Now, the thing that caught my curiosity is going to be very quick. So he's not going to make this prolonged. What does quick mean? Very quick. Will he do anything? Will there be any military strikes? Or is he saying when they react, we react 10 times harder? That's the only language they understand. So is it going to take another Iranian response for us to respond to something? Or like, is he going to be preemptively doing a strike against Iran tonight? Again, I'm not clear on that. We might not. He's not going to give away what he's going to do, obviously. That'd be stupid. That'd be foolish. It's a little different than what he said this morning. You know? I got to wait for Mom's phone to stop ringing. That's her phone. The ringtone. Should stop in a second. Now, I can only imagine what the Iranians watching this or their response is going to be. I don't think he would use a nuclear bomb or a tactical nuke, because that sets a precedent for other countries to do the same, like Russia against Ukraine. I don't think he wants to go there. But I do think that they may. And what people were saying earlier, no boots on the ground, no Karg Island, none of that shit, because they'd be very vulnerable. I say, like I've been saying for a long time, wipe out the entire coastline, all their boats, what's remaining, all their infrastructure around the Strait of Hormuz, and get that shit under our control. So maybe it's limited in that way. It's not going to go deep inside Iran and hit targets inside Iran like Tehran and other areas. Focus on the strait. Get that strait secured. I've been saying that forever. Is that the limited activity? Who knows where this is going to go? Do you guys think, after what we just heard, do you guys think he's still going to strike Iran tonight? I'm not so sure. I think he might wait to see if they react again. I'm not so sure. All right, let me just see what's going on here. Nothing new on Telegram. I'm not as sure as I felt this morning. That's a good question, Diesel. Did they arm enough people on the ground to make a move? Exactly. He's not going to answer that question about the security and what their plans are getting out of Ankara. Are you crazy? Remember, it's... I know, I see what all you guys are writing. First of all, I'm not taking Karg Island unless I know the strait is open and I can get naval logistical support that could defend anything that happens on Karg Island with a cover. Not just aircraft cover, but military naval cover. I'm not risking boots on the ground if they don't have the proper security in place to protect them. I mean, that's just crazy. You have to secure the strait before you think about doing anything else. And that's the Persian Gulf, the Strait, Gulf of Oman. In my opinion. Before you make a move on anything else. He could wait for after the World Cup. But I agree that you don't say that something's going to happen tonight and I'm giving them warning that something's going to happen tonight and then you back off of that threat. I agree on that. Exactly, Bean. Exactly what I'm saying. You just can't throw them boots on the ground without naval and air support. You just can't. That is not a good move. You have to be able to defend and protect them. They're exposed. I agree with you. Yeah, they did. They always ask stupid questions. You know? It drives me nuts. It's like I wish we were there. I would have asked them something like, do you think at this point, and dealing with negotiations and trying to do your best to get a diplomatic solution, at this point, do you think a diplomatic solution is even possible with this regime based on their current and past behavior? And Mr. President, you've done everything you can to try to come up with some kind of negotiation deal. I would have liked to what he's thinking right now. He's already said that he thinks they're lunatics and insane and they're cuckoo. But just the state of the actual negotiations right now. Is that still, I think it is still on the table, right? Is the MoU officially done, dead, over? Is there still a window here that they still negotiate? I'm not clear. Bibi has to be quiet. He's got to be. What do you want? I mean, I don't see Bibi having many cards right now, even though he's got to do the best interest for Israel. And if you heard Rubio say that, he did make a quick comment. Israel has to protect its sovereignty. He made a comment, a quick one, if you heard it, during that. He did. Yeah, I don't think they're going to get into the security details about that, why Hegseth canceled his trip. It would have been an interesting question to ask Hegseth. But they're not going to reveal that information. You know what I mean? I don't know. I think this is something that needs to be kept an eye on because right now it's nighttime in Iran. He did allude to something quick happening, didn't he? Again, we don't know, Morgan. We don't know because he's not going to give away what his intention is. Even though earlier he said, Iran, I'm letting you know right now it's coming. But he kind of made it more like we might. Now, when you say we might not. Now, do you think that he needs to be... Now, is the NATO summit officially over now? That's why they asked him the question, how is he leaving Ankara? Do you think he makes a decision once he's clear, airspace-wise, of the Middle East, before any decision is made? Do you think that he's going to have to be out of Turkey and on his way back home, however that is, before anything happens? Yes. It is going to be interesting to see if anything happens. So, I don't know if anything's going to happen while he's still on the ground in Turkey. Could. I don't know. Yeah, it could be, Bean. A lot of people, a lot of us are saying nothing's going to happen until after the World Cup. He did say that. That's when I started to applaud. Let's just get the job done. I started to applaud. When I heard that, I said, oh, shit. Could this be... I don't want to get too optimistic that when he says that, it's actually going to happen. But he did say that. And that's when I was like this. Get the job done. That is exactly all Iranian military watching Trump's Air Force One. That's obvious. They had definitely good intel. And what did we say earlier? They're watching them with the eyes in the sky and Space Force and the intelligence on the ground. He alluded to it. Yeah, they struck while he was in Turkey. Yeah. I think if it's something bigger, he's up in the air. That's true too. It takes time to prepare. But you don't think that we're prepared? I mean, everything's there. You don't think that the military is prepared for any operation? Of course they are. He was trying to exhaust all his efforts. Yeah, he did say it though, and that's when I was like, yes, he said it. But again, I've been down this path before. I get optimistic that something is about to end this bullshit once and for all, and then we hear something different a few hours later. You know what I mean? Yes, that's right. It's been on the radar for months. The Karg Island conversation has been discussed for months. Exactly. As being said, the military's been prepared. It's the suits that have to make that call. Totally agree. It's really the president's decision to make that call. And I'm sure all his advisors are telling him all kinds of things. That's what I said earlier. People cannot say that the president didn't try all avenues to try to reach a diplomatic solution to this. But you can't negotiate with these people. They're terrorists. They don't have a... There's no track record to say that you can trust any kind of deal with them. There's none. Really. Now, some can argue that they did comply with putting surveillance and inspectors on the ground during the JCPOA to a limited time period, but that didn't solve anything. Did it really? It was just more like an interim, temporary fix. The thing is, there has to be a long-term solution here. The long-term solution is removing the regime. Period. That's it. That is the long-term solution. Remove this cancer, like he mentioned this morning. It's a cancer. Due to all the recon planes near the straits, the only thing I could think of is possibly we might have a large-scale operation to take the strait. But that's what we've been saying for how long? Take that card away from Iran and they're toast. What else can they play? What other card? What are they holding? The deal is based on holding the strait hostage. That's what this whole deal is about, the strait. Getting it open, flowing oil. That's all this has been about now, is the strait. Take that card away. They have nothing. They're definitely toast. Oh my God. Yeah, that momentum back then. But you got to remember, he tried to arm them through whatever faction it was. But they kept the weapons and or sold them or whatever. Remember, they did try to arm back in January. It just didn't work out the way they wanted it to work out. They were trying. See, the thing is, and I don't want to put the map up, they have a lot of fortified sites around the strait in mountains. They used to house, and I don't know if they still do, I don't know what they have left. They used to house their submarines in them. They go up these channels and into mountains. And a lot of these fast-moving boats are now taking cover in these mountains. And then they come out, do their shit, and then they go hide again. And they have other infrastructure where it comes out, they do what they do, they go back in. I don't know if Moabs can take these out. So what do? Bury them again? You have to strategically take back that strait. You know? Forget about 60 small boats. Like I said from the beginning, take them all out. Every freaking boat they have, take it out. Take it out. Make it so that they don't even think about getting on a boat of any kind. Take that out. take that factor out. Not just 60 or 80, whatever it is. Take them all out. Like even in those photos, there were still boats visibly there. Take it all out. Every freaking possible vessel they have to threaten shipping, take them all out. I don't give a shit. It would take a lot. It would take a massive amount of the air defense to take and hold the strait. But if you can get the naval vessels in there that had the capacity to defend, that's a game changer. But you got to get the vessels in there first. And you got to be able to defend them. Because they're going to fire anti-ship missiles. They're going to fire everything they fucking got at our Navy. So you've got to take that out too. Where they're launching the drones and the missiles. It's not an easy task at all. But this can't continue to go on. Because they're going to keep doing this. This is going to go on for God knows how long. Months, years. They're going to continue to threaten the strait. Exactly. Once you enter, Bean, that's true too, Diesel, what you're saying in chat. And that's true too, all up in you. You guys are making all great points in chat. And in the meantime, the Arab countries are coming up with a plan to bypass the strait and create pipelines going maybe out to the Red Sea. And all interconnecting through a pipeline that shared or individually to be less dependent on the strait for ships to enter there. And you know they're working on it already. That's going to take time. That's infrastructure. It's going to take time to build that infrastructure. But then Iran could just target the pipelines. But I think they'd rather have that scenario than ships sitting there and being easy targets. I mean, it's going to be interesting to see how this develops over the next few hours. But keep an eye. Who knows? And then, like somebody said, the next 24 to 72 hours. You never know. Let me see what they're saying. Okay, they put out something. Oh, God. 6 more Iranian army martyrs were martyred from the U.S. aggression on Iran last night. And they put their names. This is what the other side is putting. Jesus Christ. They just made that public. With their images. I'm not sharing it. Oh, shit. You guys want to see something crazy in Spain? One of Spain's biggest annual festival opened with a shocking message. At the opening ceremony of the world-famous San Fermin Festival in Pamplona, organized unveiled a giant banner reading, "Destroy Israel." Holy shit. It's what they did. Look at this in Spain. So what the hell is the radicalization in Spain? No? Looks like it's going on to me. Just saying. That just came out. Of course, by Israeli media. I'm just saying. 20 minutes ago, Israeli forces bombed southern Lebanese town district. Lebanon National Security says Israeli forces carried out heavy bombing. Okay, so we know that the Lebanese government is working with the Israeli government. But that does not mean Hezbollah is part of that. It's the so-called alleged puppet Lebanese government and the Israeli government. But that does not factor in Hezbollah. So when you hear all that shit about relations between the Lebanese government and Israel, that's all fine and dandy. But that is excluding the Hezbollah faction in Lebanon. It's one thing for the Lebanese government to negotiate, but do they really hold the cards within their own country when Hezbollah is inside and doing what they do? I mean, it's almost ridiculous. You know what I mean? So how much weight does that really have? Is the Lebanese government actually taking action against Hezbollah within Lebanon? Like, how much are they doing? So when I hear all that shit about the Israeli government and the Lebanon government are negotiating and coming up with ceasefires and agreements, so what? Is that including the Hezbollah militia? Hezbollah doesn't give a shit what Lebanon and Israel are agreeing to. You know what I mean? It's like craziness. Show the CENTCOM video. Which CENTCOM video, Martin? Put. Says I'll look up CENTCOM on if that's what you're saying on X, and then I'm gonna get off soon because I've been streaming for hours. But I did want us to see that, and it was interesting. I see it now. This could be important. What you just said, Martin. I'm definitely showing this. This is 1 hour ago. Very good. Very good, Martin. Good call. Let me put some audio. There is no audio? Let me play it from the beginning. Oh, man. Bring it. Bring it. Take it. Take it. Take it all out. Take them all out. It could be a quick, severe blow to Iran in the Strait. Now, they are definitely putting out a show of force here with this. And God bless them all. Prayers to them and their families. And it looks like something big might be coming. But again, this is put out there for a reason. A show of force. And you got to remember, this is what they're showing you. What about the subs and things you don't see? Do you know what I mean? I'm sure there's a lot more going on than we realize. Please do it. I know it's looping, but I just want to see it. Look at that. My God, the force, the power. That's freaking impressive. They're just waiting. They're just waiting for their orders. You know what I'm saying? I know, right? Thunder. I can't play it. Thunder. I can hear the song, though. And look, exactly. Unmatched American strength and firepower. What were we just saying? And this says last month. But today, more than 20 U.S. naval warships are patrolling waters across the Middle East as CENTCOM forces continue promoting regional security and stability. So this was last month, I think, the close formation. Last month, U.S. naval warships and aircraft transited the Arabian Sea in close formation, demonstrating unmatched. So this is an older clip, but it's still making reference to what's going on today. That's important. Because the presence is there, and they're making it known. That's relevant. We're there. We haven't gotten anywhere. We're ready. We're on standby. We shall see. And it's amazing how when you see what the other side's comments are in there, they're sick. They are the comments in there are sick. You know, when you see the people's comments, that's what we got to see what happens. That's why I'm not jumping. I'm not going to be overly optimistic about any kind of military action because we've known what's happened in the past. Like Iran has contacted us. They're not going to strike any more tankers. And they want to continue negotiating. God only knows what could happen later. We have to pay attention to see how this develops throughout the day or the next few days. Because it easily could shift. It's happened before. I don't know if it will this time. Because he said it. To get the job done. It'll be quick. I don't know. All of you can guess. We all could guess. We don't know. Obviously. We can try to predict and speculate and put our opinions, but really, we won't know until it happens, right? It's just showing power, the strength in the region, what they have, logistical assets. That's what that is. They're promoting the military presence in the region. And that's probably signaling more to Iran. But Iran knows this. Now, the one thing that caught me is like China hasn't sent in any ships. But he didn't mention how China is supplying and helping rebuild Iran. That caught me a little bit. Like China's not doing anything to help Iran at this time or in the past few months. Providing intelligence or Russia or equipment. Really? China's not doing anything to support Iran? That caught me a little bit. That's why I was like, really? China's been great? Do you guys believe that? That China's not doing anything to help Iran? At all? I didn't buy that one. When he said that. That one caught me a little bit. To be honest. Because, I mean, they may not be telling us. That caught me a little bit. Of course, U.S. Navy intelligence, but so is Space Force. And remember, like somebody mentioned earlier, and I mentioned it, there are assets on the ground working with Mossad, CIA, etc. Iranians, the resistance, the Immortal Guard, citizens, ordinary citizens providing information to intelligence. You know? Yeah, I think so too. I think he's doing that on purpose to keep that relationship with Xi. Like you said, he's being hush-hush to stay on China's good side. I think that's what that is. That makes sense to me. Beam. So again, because I'm a little tired and I had to take my medication and I'm not feeling too good. Let's keep an eye on this. You guys know how to reach me through comments. If you hear anything, I'll keep an eye on this, like I always do. If shit hits the fan, I will be back. Hold on. Oh yeah, they're just sharing the post. Oh my God. They're sharing the post about the 6 martyrs in Iran due to the U.S. attacks. They're sharing that all over the place. Like, really? Who gives a fuck? I'm sorry. I'm not even going to share it on my screen. That's true. You do get complacent. Flight radar has 6 tankers over Turkey. That is definitely air support fighters to protect the president. They got to get him out of there. They got to get him out of there. I'm just saying. It could be a long night is correct. But also, don't forget what he said, his comments about NATO. He was like really positive about the NATO meeting. He heard things in that NATO meeting that pleased him. To what point and how that plays out, I don't know. But usually, he'll keep it real. And if he feels really good about what just happened with the NATO summit, and there was a lot of love in the room and unity in the room, action speaks louder than words, but based on what the president said, he made it sound like it was a very positive NATO summit. I'm just saying. Talk is one thing, actions are more important. But based on what the president said, maybe we'll see something. More support from the allies. I don't know. I don't want to read too much into it, but based on what he was very positive about the NATO meeting, right? Yes, I agree, Diesel. Just words are just words. Actions speak louder, of course. So let's just see what happens and pray for our military and their families. Pray for the president to get home safely. And let's get the freaking job done, like he said. And I was like, yes! Let's do this. Let's finish this shit off once and for all. Let's remove the cancer, period. Done. Over. Enough is enough. Because this is never going to stop. They're going to keep doing the same old shit. We've got to end this once and for all. That's it. Yeah, I know. I had to take my medication while I was on streaming. I went like this with my hand. 7 pills now. I don't want no empathy or sympathy, but that's just the reality of the situation. I got to be careful with my blood pressure. The doctor told me I have to be more calm. Because he said my EKG was not good. Like, off the charts kind of. Not bad, but my blood pressure wasn't well. I'm getting headaches from the blood pressure. I gotta chill. Oh, God. I don't watch him. You watched that dude, Mario Nawfal? I don't watch him. He promotes a lot of Iranian shit. Uh-oh. I am not a fan of that dude. What's up, Moses? And God bless all the people there too, Moses. Hold on. Yeah, that's old news. This is what the media for the other side is saying now. He just posted this. That was that noise. We read this earlier. According to a source familiar with the matter who spoke to Press TV, if there's another transgression, Strait of Hormuz will be completely closed and Iran will target the enemy twice as hard as their transgressions. And then they put as a comment below it, respectfully, how many more transgressions should we endure? It's like they're itching. The hardliner position, you know. So, wait, is that supposed to scare the president from acting? You know what I mean? Love to all of you as well. Anyway, I'm gonna get off now because I've been streaming. I don't even know how many hours, and I'm getting a headache, and I gotta go chill out. Love to all of you. Be well, be blessed, be safe, and God bless the United States. God bless our president. God bless our troops. God bless our country, and God bless all of you. So, if anything happens, like breaking, I'll be back. If there's any kind of, and I know KJ and others are keeping me in the loop. If I'm away, they'll let me know that Bill, this is happening. So again, in the comments section of this video, if anything goes on, put a comment because I see them. If anything happens, breaking, let me know. If you can. If you will. Anyway, love all of you. I'm out. Have a great rest of your afternoon.